Stop for a moment and listen. This is not an accident. This is not just another passing word. This is heaven's interruption in your day. An invitation into alignment with destiny. You are marked, set apart, and destined to stand while others stumble. You have walked through seasons of drought, through nights when prayer felt unanswered, through days when silence from above pressed on your chest like a heavy stone, and yet you are still here. That is the proof. Proof that you were never abandoned. Proof that the hand of God has been sustaining you, even when you could not see it. Picture yourself walking through a desert road. The sun scorches. The air is dry, and your strength feels nearly gone. Others turn aside, seeking easier paths. They laugh at your persistence, saying you will collapse before you ever arrive. But then, at the moment of greatest weariness, the ground beneath your feet splits open and a river bursts forth. Water streams from the impossible. That is your story. You are the one who finds life where others see only death. There was once a chosen one, like you. He toiled for years without recognition, hidden, overlooked, mocked. His heart questioned whether heaven had forgotten him. But while the world ignored him, heaven was training him. He didn't realize the silence was preparation. Then suddenly, doors opened, and the wealth of influence and favor poured into his lap. His season of obscurity became the foundation for abundance. His story is not far from yours. You have mistaken survival for stagnation. What you call delay, heaven calls shaping. The scars on your soul are not markers of defeat. They are proof you endured. And now, at this very hour, the wealth of nations is shifting. It is not slipping into the hands of the proud or corrupt. It is being rerouted, redirected, and released into the hands of those who have been refined. Into your hands. The markets shake. Governments tremble. Men put their hope in currencies, in systems, in fleeting treasures. Yet all of it shifts like sand blown by the wind. But hear this, the Lord himself has declared that silver and gold belong not to man but to him. And what belongs to him, he gives to his chosen, you, who once borrowed, will now lend. You, who once bowed, will rise as a leader. You, who once wondered if you were forgotten, will carry more than enough. Imagine yourself as a lamp hidden under a basket. Others thought your flame was gone. But in truth, the fire only waited for the right time to be revealed. This is that time. The covering is being lifted, and your light will burn bright enough to guide nations. The Word of God declares in the book of Haggai, chapter 2, verse 8, "The silver is mine, and the gold is mine, declares the Lord Almighty." Do you see? Wealth never truly belonged to the world. It has always been the Lord's. And now, the Lord is choosing to transfer it into the hands of his faithful ones, not so you can hoard it, but so you can release it, build with it, and expand his kingdom with it. Chosen one, if this word is striking your spirit, do not stay silent. Share this message with those who need awakening. Leave your declaration in the comments, writing the words of faith that rise from your heart. If you have not yet subscribed, do so now. For more revelations are being released for this hour. And if you are moved, consider sowing into this mission, because every seed multiplies into lives transformed. This is your awakening call. The wealth of nations is moving. and you are standing in position to receive it. Seal this moment by typing the number 111 inches the comments as your prophetic act of agreement. The transfer has begun. Chosen one. Hear me again when heaven speaks. It does not waste words. The fact that your spirit is still attentive means you are already positioned for more. Many scroll past, deaf to the sound of destiny. But you are still here because you are the one appointed to carry this message forward. Think of a seed pressed into the soil, buried, unseen, forgotten by those who scattered it. Seasons pass. Rains fall. The ground hardens. Yet, in silence, transformation is taking place. Roots push deep. Life stirs in hidden chambers. And when the time is right, the seed breaks forth. What once looked dead becomes undeniable life. That is who you are. You were planted, not buried. You were hidden, not abandoned. Now, the soil that once confined you will be the platform that displays you. There will be those who do not understand the sudden shift in your life. They will ask, "Where did this come from? How did you rise so quickly?" And the answer will not be your own ability. The answer will be the Lord who declares that silver and gold belong to Him, and that He distributes them according to His purpose. When people see your elevation, they will see His hand. When they witness your abundance, they will witness His glory. I must warn you, this transfer is not only about financial increase, it is about responsibility. To hold the wealth of nations is to carry a mantle that weighs heavy. It requires wisdom, humility, and discernment. That is why your waiting season was necessary. Heaven could not entrust this level of influence to an untested vessel, but now, forged by fire, you are ready. So lift your eyes. Do not look at what you lack. Look at what is being released. The river is already flowing. The keys are already being placed in your hands. Your call is to step boldly, to receive without fear, and to use what you are given to light the path for others. Chosen one. Type the number 111 below, not as a ritual, but as a declaration. I align. I receive. I am ready. The nations are trembling. The transfer is moving. And you are chosen to stand in the center of it all. Chosen one. Let us move deeper. You may have wondered why the journey to this moment has felt like battle after battle, disappointment after disappointment. The truth is simple yet profound. Every hidden struggle was preparation for the inheritance that is now unfolding before you. Without the weight of trials, you would not have the strength to carry the weight of wealth and authority that heaven is placing in your hands. Look back at your story. Remember the nights you felt unseen, as though your prayers echoed into emptiness. Remember the betrayals that cut so deep you thought you would never recover. Remember the doors that closed. Not once, but over and over again. Each of these moments formed a hidden curriculum. Lessons that cannot be learned from books or lectures. They were the chisels that shaped your soul into a vessel capable of holding treasure without cracking. You see, wealth is not just about money or possessions. Wealth is influence. Wealth is wisdom. Wealth is the ability to move hearts, to change atmospheres, to carry authority in rooms where others are silenced. Had you been given these things too early, they would have crushed you. But now, after enduring the refining fire, you are able to stand. Think of a sword. A blade is not forged by gentle handling. It is hammered, heated, plunged into fire, and beaten again. Only through that violent process does it gain the strength to withstand battle. You, chosen one, are that blade. Your hardships were the furnace. Your betrayals were the hammer. Your delays were the anvil. Every strike, every flame, every moment of pressure did not destroy you. It created endurance, resilience, and sharpness. Now you stand, not as a brittle fragment, but as a weapon of light in the hand of God. Consider also the image of a pearl. It begins as an irritation inside the shell of an oyster. Sand, something small and unwanted, causes friction. Over time, through pain and persistence, the oyster coats it, layer upon layer, until beauty is born. What others discarded as insignificant becomes priceless. Your hardships were the sand, your patience, your prayers, your tears were the layers. And now, you carry pearls of wisdom, pearls of strength, pearls of resilience that cannot be purchased by the world. Do you remember how many times you felt overlooked? How many times you watched others rise while you remained in silence? That season was not wasted. Heaven was protecting you from counterfeit platforms, from unstable foundations, from doors that would have led you into traps instead of triumphs. You thought the delay was a curse, but it was a shield. Now, when the true door opens, you will not walk in naive or unprepared. You will enter as one who understands the cost, as one who can steward the gift. There is a story of a young woman who carried this same weight. She was rejected by her family, mocked by her peers, left in the shadows, while others celebrated. For years, she questioned whether her life mattered at all. But what she did not know was that heaven was training her in silence. The rejection kept her humble. The pain taught her compassion. The obscurity gave her space to grow unseen. And when the time came, she was lifted into a position where she not only carried wealth, but also carried the authority to influence entire communities. Those who once mocked her were forced to acknowledge that she was chosen. Her testimony lives as a reflection of yours. Hidden battles also train your discernment. Without them, you would not know how to separate truth from lies, genuine from counterfeit, divine opportunity from deceptive trap. How many times have you felt a nudge in your spirit, a sense that something was not right, even when the surface looked appealing? That sensitivity was sharpened in seasons of testing. Without betrayal, you would not have learned who was truly for you. Without loss, you would not have discovered the source who never abandons. Without silence, you would not have learned how to listen beyond noise. You are stronger than you realize. Every tear you shed watered the soil of your destiny. Every closed door preserved your strength for the right one. Every setback was a rehearsal for your comeback. The hidden battles did not disqualify you, they qualified you. Chosen one. I want you to notice something. The very areas where you felt the greatest warfare are the same areas where heaven is preparing to release the greatest inheritance. Where you were attacked in finances, provision is coming. Where you were attacked in relationships, divine connections are being prepared. Where you were attacked in identity, confidence and clarity are being restored. The enemy always fights hardest in the place of your future assignment. If the battle was intense, it is because the blessing will be immense. Think about Israel wandering through the desert. Every dry step, every day of hunger, Every night under the stars, it all seemed pointless. But each challenge trained them to depend not on Egypt's systems, not on human provision, but on the God who rained manna from heaven and drew water from rocks. They learned that true wealth does not come from men, but from the one who owns the earth and everything in it. The Apostle reminds us in his letter to the Romans, chapter 8, verse 18, "I consider that our present sufferings are not worth comparing with the glory to be revealed in us. So do not despise the journey. Do not curse the path that wounded you. Every scar tells a story. Every bruise carries wisdom. Every sleepless night was a rehearsal for the authority you now carry. Your hidden battles are proof that heaven was preparing you for the visible blessing. This is why you are different. This is why you are chosen. Others may carry riches, but you will carry wealth. Others may hold possessions, but you will hold influence. Others may accumulate, but you will distribute. And all of it was made possible because you endured battles no one else saw. Chosen one, take courage. Lift your head. The inheritance that once seemed impossible is no longer distant. You were not abandoned in the wilderness. You were being equipped for the promised land. The time of hidden battles is closing. The time of open inheritance is dawning, and you are ready to receive it. Chosen one. Now we step into the treasure that has been hidden for generations. Scripture speaks of treasures in darkness and riches stored in secret places. This is not poetic language alone. It is prophecy about the unveiling of wealth that the world has tried to bury. For years, resources, opportunities, and wisdom have been locked away, disguised, hidden beneath layers of resistance. But now, heaven is uncovering them for the ones who are ready to receive. Think for a moment of a mountain. On the surface, it looks like lifeless rock. People pass it by, unimpressed. But within its depths lies gold, silver, precious stones, veins of wealth untouched by human hands. It takes digging, persistence, and often pain to uncover the hidden beauty. You, too, have been that mountain, outwardly underestimated, inwardly holding treasures only heaven knew. The digging of trials, the chiseling of hardship, the weight of waiting, all of it was heaven's mining process. And now, what was hidden is about to be revealed. Wealth is not always money first. Sometimes it comes as ideas, concepts that shift industries, solutions that transform communities, strategies that bless generations. Sometimes it comes as relationships, divine connections that open doors no amount of money could ever buy. Sometimes it comes as influence, your words carrying weight in spaces where decisions are made. You are about to discover that what looked like loss was actually a vault being unlocked. Think of Joseph. For years, he sat in prison, forgotten. But within him was a treasure. The world desperately needed the interpretation of dreams, the wisdom to govern, the strategy to preserve nations in famine. His gift was hidden in obscurity until the right moment. Then suddenly, the treasure in him was revealed, and wealth, authority, and honor were placed in his hands. This is the blueprint for your season. Hidden treasure, unveiled at the appointed time, transforming not only your life, but the lives of many. Your personal battles prepared you to see what others cannot. Where some see rubble, you will see foundation stones. Where some see closed doors, You will see secret keys. Where some see crisis, you will see opportunity. The treasures in darkness are not random. They are strategically reserved for the ones trained to discern them. That is why your journey was not wasted. That is why you carry eyes to see beyond surface appearances. Imagine walking into a cave with only a small lamp. At first, it seems empty. But as you move deeper, light flickers against walls studded with diamonds. What once looked barren becomes breathtaking. In the same way, as you step into the hidden places of destiny, you will find resources gleaming where others saw nothing. And here is the mystery. The very places you dreaded, the seasons you cursed, are the caves where the treasures lie. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Isaiah, chapter 45, verse 3. I will give you the treasures of darkness, riches stored in secret places, so that you may know that I am the Lord, the God of Israel, who summons you by name. No, chosen one, take this personally. This is not a vague promise. This is heaven calling you by name, declaring that what was once hidden will be placed into your possession, not for pride, not for vanity, but for proof that you may know the Lord is with you, and others may see it. 2. Now, let your spirit respond. In the comments below, type these 3 words: I see it. Why? Because what you declare opens your vision. By writing it, you are aligning your faith with your eyes, telling heaven and earth that you are ready to recognize what others overlook. Let your declaration be a key that unlocks the treasures already waiting for you. Chosen one. The vaults are opening, the caves are glowing, and the treasures of nations are being transferred into your hands. Chosen one. Understand this clearly. When heaven speaks of treasures in darkness, it is not only talking about wealth that glitters. Sometimes, the greatest treasure is wisdom forged in the night. When you were walking through valleys, when you faced silence, heaven was depositing in you insights that cannot be bought. Now, those insights become currency. They will position you in conversations and in decisions where others are unprepared. Think about the dark places you have walked through. Depression, confusion, rejection. Those places were not empty. They were classrooms. What you learned there, empathy, patience, endurance, is more valuable than gold, because gold can be spent once, but wisdom keeps producing. This is why you are a treasure carrier. The world needs not just your success, but your story, your lesson, your scars. Another layer of treasure is people. Sometimes the riches in hidden places come in the form of connections heaven reserved for you. One divine relationship can open more doors than years of striving. That is why you had to lose certain people along the way, so that when the appointed ones arrive, you recognize them. Treasures often come disguised as ordinary people with extraordinary purpose. And then there are opportunities. They do not always come with flashing lights. Often, they are small doors others dismiss. But when you step through, you discover entire rooms of abundance. This is why discernment matters. The treasures of darkness are often subtle, requiring faith to see. And you, because of your battles, are prepared to recognize them. So, when you typed, "I see it," it was not just a comment. It was a prophetic act. You were declaring that your eyes are open to recognize treasure in hidden places. That declaration trains your spirit to shift from despair to expectation. It is no longer, "Why me?" It becomes, "Show me, Lord, what you've hidden for me." 11. Chosen one. The treasures of darkness are not locked away to frustrate you. They were preserved, waiting for this precise season. And now, as the vaults open, you will not only see them, you will carry them, distribute them, and shine with the proof that heaven calls you by name. Chosen one. Now we must speak about the exchange, the divine transaction taking place beyond the eyes of the world. The world believes wealth is built by ambition, by manipulation, by ruthless pursuit. Yet heaven reveals a different truth. What the enemy has stolen, what systems have corrupted, what darkness has hoarded, is being commanded to return, and not in small measure. It is being restored sevenfold. You have experienced loss before. You know what it feels like to have something precious taken from you: opportunities, peace, relationships, even hope. The enemy came to strip you bare, leaving you empty and questioning. But understand this: heaven never allows theft without repayment. Every loss becomes a receipt written in the courts of heaven. And now, the one who judges righteously is calling those debts due. Think of a farmer whose harvest was stolen by raiders, year after year. His fields were plundered, and he was left with little. But then a new season came, and the raiders were driven away. Not only was he given back his land, but also multiplied seed, multiplied livestock, multiplied provision. He did not just return to where he was before the theft. He rose into abundance beyond it. That farmer is a picture of you. The years of plundering are ending. The season of restitution is beginning. This exchange is not limited to money. It covers every arena of life. The joy that was stolen through betrayal is returning with laughter louder than before. The time lost in waiting is being repaid with acceleration. The opportunities that were blocked are returning as open gates, wider than you imagined. Heaven's justice is not merely restoration, it is multiplication. Consider Job. He lost everything: wealth, family, health. His world collapsed until even his closest friends mocked him. Yet in the end, the Lord restored him double. His wealth increased. His family expanded. His influence magnified. Job's story is not an ancient tale only. It is a pattern of how heaven operates. Loss in the kingdom is never final. The last chapter is always greater than the first. Picture also the thief in the night. He thinks he has escaped unseen, carrying what does not belong to him. But dawn exposes him, and justice demands repayment. This is what is happening in the spirit over your life. The thefts that happened in silence, the opportunities stolen behind closed doors, the betrayals that robbed your peace, the manipulations that cut you off are being exposed, and heaven declares restitution. There is also a mystery in this exchange. The more you lost, the greater the repayment. The size of your loss was a preview of the size of your harvest. This is why your battles felt heavier than others. This is why you endured greater resistance, because heaven intends for you to walk in greater return. Imagine scales being balanced in the courts of heaven. On one side, the weight of years, your tears, your brokenness, your disappointments. On the other side, heaven begins to pour, not drop by drop, but wave after wave, until the scale tips overwhelmingly. This is the divine exchange, sorrow for joy, lack for abundance, obscurity for influence. The Apostle Paul writes in his second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 9, verse 10, "Now he who supplies seed to the sower and bread for food will also supply and increase your store of seed, and will enlarge the harvest of your righteousness." And do you hear the rhythm of those words? Supply, increase, enlarge. This is not stagnation, this is overflow. The very one who gave you life is also the one ensuring that every stolen portion is returned with multiplication. Your story, then, is not one of permanent loss. It is one of divine transactions. You were not defeated, you were set up for restitution. Even when the enemy thought he had the final word, heaven was already preparing the ledger of repayment. And now, that ledger is being fulfilled. Look at the patterns around you. Small hints of restoration are already happening. Unexpected kindness, doors reopening, strength returning where fatigue once ruled. These are early signs, the first fruits of a larger wave. Pay attention to them, for they are evidence that the divine exchange has begun. Do not despise the years you thought wasted. They are being redeemed. Do not mourn endlessly over what was taken. It is being multiplied. Do not believe the lie that it is too late. For heaven does not count time, as men do. What seemed lost forever is being restored in ways beyond imagination. Chosen one. This is not merely encouragement, it is decree. You are standing in the midst of a holy exchange. The debts are being collected. The stolen is being returned. The empty hands are being filled. And soon, even those who once pitied you will marvel at the turnaround. Your hidden losses are transforming into visible abundance. Your past grief is becoming the soil for your future joy. This is the divine exchange, and it is unfolding even now. Chosen one. We are now stepping into a moment that shakes not just individuals, but entière nation. What you are living in is not small, and it is not random. It is a global shift. The world's wealth systems are trembling like towers in an earthquake. And while others see collapse, heaven sees release. The transfer of nations' resources is not a vague idea. It is a present reality that is being written into your story. Think of an old dam holding back a river. Year after year, pressure builds behind it. Cracks begin to form, invisible to the eye. Then, suddenly, in one moment, the wall bursts, and water gushes forth unstoppable. This is what is happening in the systems of the world. The pressure of injustice, greed, and manipulation has been building. And now, heaven's decree has been spoken. Release. The dam is breaking, and the flood is moving into the hands of God's chosen. Perhaps you've noticed it already, opportunities surfacing in unexpected ways. Doors opening without explanation. Ideas dropping into your heart that carry solutions far beyond your current reach. These are not coincidences. These are the signs of a shaking that turns into a transfer. Yet remember this, with great release comes great stewardship. Heaven does not pour without purpose. You are not just a receiver, but a carrier. The wealth is not only for your table, it is for the tables of many. This is why your hands are being filled to feed the hungry due to senses, to heal the broken, to build what will outlast your own lifetime. The prophet Haggai once revealed a powerful mystery in his writings. Chapter 2, verse 7. I will shake all nations. and what is desired by all nations will come, and I will fill this house with glory, says the Lord Almighty. Insto, do you hear it? Nations shaking, desires being released, the glory of God filling his house. This is not a metaphor, it is the exact moment you are stepping into. Now let me speak plainly from the heart. If these words are stirring something deep in you, then let your response be more than silent agreement. When you press like, it is as if you are placing a small stone into a quiet pond. Your act may seem simple, but the ripples reach far beyond what you see. When you share, it is like passing a torch in the night. Your flame lights another, and soon, an entire horizon begins to glow. When you subscribe, you are not just clicking a button, you are planting your roots by a riverbank, choosing to remain close to the stream of revelation so that you will never run dry when the heat of the world comes. And finally, if you feel stirred to sow into this mission, see it not as loss, but as life. Your gift is a seed released into fertile soil. What leaves your hand never leaves your life. It transforms, multiplies, and returns as a harvest that will nourish both you and others. This is why giving is never forced. It is an invitation, like rain falling on soil. It simply makes what is planted grow. If you feel led, let generosity flow freely, not out of duty, but out of desire. For what you sow with love will return with fruit. And let me say this clearly, whether you give or not, you are still chosen. Whether you donate or not, the promise over your life still stands. This is not a transaction, this is an invitation. Just as sharing is an act of faith, and subscribing is an act of alignment, sowing is an act of participation. The shaking of nations is not to destroy you, it is to release you. While others panic at the cracks in the dam, you recognize the flood as provision. While others see only chaos, you see the hand of God orchestrating transfer. That is the vision of a chosen one. Look around you. The systems of this world are fragile. Inflation rises. Currencies lose value. Markets shift unpredictably. Yet you are anchored in a different economy, the economy of heaven, where giving never depletes and obedience never bankrupts. In that economy, generosity is the key that unlocks multiplication. This is why your role in this moment is so important. By aligning, by sharing, by supporting, you become part of the shaking and the filling. You are not a bystander, you are a participant in prophecy being fulfilled. So, breathe deeply. Let this truth settle in you. The wealth of nations is not just about money flowing into your hands. It is about responsibility being entrusted to your heart. It is about becoming a carrier of hope in a time of despair. It is about being chosen to hold what others mishandled and to release it for good. Chosen one. The shaking is here. The transfer is moving. And you are being positioned right in the center of it, not by chance, but by divine design. Chosen one. Pause and let this truth saturate your soul. What you see around you may look unstable, but what is coming to you is unshakable. Earthly kingdoms may tremble, but the kingdom within you cannot be moved. The shaking of nations is not a signal of fear, it is the sound of heaven rearranging. Think of a tree in a storm. The wind bends its branches, the rain lashes its leaves, but beneath the soil, its roots grow deeper. The storm does not destroy it, the storm anchors it. In the same way, this global shaking is not here to uproot you, but to root you stronger, and when the winds settle, you will be standing tall, branches stretched wide, heavy with fruit, ready to feed many. So do not be afraid of the shaking, welcome it, for in the breaking of the dam comes the flood, in the cracking of the soil comes the harvest, and in the trembling of the earth comes the transfer of wealth. You were born for this moment, chosen one. You are not watching history, you are part of it. And heaven has written your name into the pages of this transfer, chosen one. Listen closely. There are moments when heaven presses pause on the noise of this world so that a message can reach you without interference. This is one of those moments. What you are stepping into is not ordinary. It is the unveiling of prophetic keys, truths that unlock doors which many have struggled to enter. And these keys are not given to everyone. They are entrusted to the chosen. Keys represent access. Without them, doors remain closed, no matter how much effort you apply. But with them, what once seemed impossible opens effortlessly. This is why heaven is now placing keys in your hands, spiritual strategies, divine wisdom, and supernatural insight. These are not just for your benefit, but for the generations that follow you. Think about Joseph again. He was not given wealth first. He was given a key. The key was wisdom, the ability to interpret dreams, to discern strategies, to know what others could not see. That key gave him access to Pharaoh, to the palace, to the storehouses of Egypt. And once he had access, wealth and influence followed naturally. The key always comes before the treasure. Now, imagine walking down a long corridor with doors on either side. Some are old and rusted, some are polished and grand. Without keys, you could only wonder what lies behind them. But then, heaven places a ring of keys in your hand. One by one, doors begin to open. Behind them are opportunities, resources, connections, and callings. Behind them are solutions to problems larger than your own life. Behind them are vaults of provision waiting to be stewarded. This is the power of prophetic keys. They unlock what was hidden. They grant access where resistance once stood. They reveal treasure in places you thought barren. And above all, they remind you that you are trusted with something rare. You may ask, why me? Why would heaven choose me to hold these keys? The answer is simple: because you endured the preparation. Others gave up when the nights grew long, but you pressed on. Others settled for comfort, but you chose faith. Others silenced their calling, but you listened to the whisper of destiny. That is why you are now entrusted. Heaven does not waste keys on those who would lose them. Heaven places keys into the hands of those who will guard them, honor them, and use them. Understand this: a key has no power unless it is used. You cannot hold it forever in your pocket, waiting for the perfect moment. At some point, you must insert it into the lock and turn. That is faith in action. And as you turn the keys of obedience, new chapters unfold. The closed doors of yesterday swing open into the halls of tomorrow. The prophet Hosea, chapter 4, verse 6, declared, "My people are destroyed from lack of knowledge." Knowledge is a key. Without it, doors remain locked, destinies remain delayed, and inheritances remain untouched. But you are no longer in ignorance. Heaven is giving you knowledge, insight, and wisdom to step into what was always meant to be yours. Think of David. Before he ever wore a crown, he was given keys, songs, worship, courage. These opened doors into the palace long before his head was anointed with oil. Think of Esther. Before she ever became queen, she was given a key favor. That favor unlocked the heart of a king and saved an entire nation. Keys precede crowns. Keys precede wealth. Keys precede influence. This is why your life has been marked by a hunger for understanding. While others chase quick gain, you long for truth. While others chase applause, you seek wisdom. That hunger is evidence that heaven has chosen you to carry keys, and those keys will open what money cannot buy, what connections cannot arrange, what human effort cannot achieve. But there is something you must do now. You must declare that you are ready. You must affirm that you will not hide your keys in fear, but you will use them with faith. And so I invite you, right now, to make a prophetic declaration. Type the number 444 inches, the comments. Why 444? Because it symbolizes open doors, divine order, and the fullness of God's guidance. When you write it, you are not just typing digits. You are declaring that you are ready to use the keys heaven has placed in your hands. As you type, imagine yourself stepping into that long corridor again. Imagine every door that once intimidated you, now standing unlocked. Imagine walking freely, confidently, knowing you carry the keys. That is what your declaration seals. Chosen one. The wealth of nations is not being handed to those who manipulate, but to those who hold keys of obedience. You are among them. You are the steward of strategies, the carrier of wisdom, the holder of keys. And as you use them, you will see doors swing open in ways that leave even your enemies speechless. Remember this, keys are not for display. They are for action. Heaven did not place them in your hand to make you feel special. It placed them there so that you would act. The doors are waiting. The locks are ready. All that remains is for you to step forward and turn the key. The nations will witness it. Generations will benefit from it. And your life will testify that the one who was once locked out now walks freely in abundance. Chosen one. Pick up your keys, use them, and step into what is already waiting for you. Chosen one. Understand the weight of what is in your possession. A key is small, yet it carries power far greater than its size. Think of a massive iron gate, strong, immovable, guarded for generations. To the naked eye, it looks impossible to pass. Yet one small key, turned at the right moment, causes the gates to swing open effortlessly. That is the mystery of what heaven has given you. The enemy tried to convince you that your prayers were powerless, that your steps were meaningless, that your waiting was wasted. But the truth is this: every prayer was a key in formation. Every step, a key being shaped. Every waiting season, a key being tested. Now they are complete, and they fit the locks before you. Do not underestimate them. Keys may look ordinary, but they open extraordinary things. Chosen one. Now we must speak of something many overlook, yet everyone is affected by: ancestral chains. Patterns of lack, fear, and limitation often run through bloodlines like invisible rivers, shaping lives before people even realize what binds them. Generational poverty, whether in finances, mindset, or spirit has traveled down through families for centuries. But in you, the cycle is breaking from birth. You may have felt the weight of battles that did not even begin with you. Doors closed without explanation. Opportunities seemed always just out of reach. Perhaps you watched parents or grandparents work tirelessly and still struggle, living in survival instead of abundance. These experiences were not random. They were the fruit of chains forged long before you took your first breath. But now, heaven has chosen you to stand in the place of reversal. Think of a great tree, its roots buried deep. Some roots are healthy, drawing water and strength. Others are tangled with rot, poisoning the flow. Left untouched, the sickness spreads from root to branch, from branch to fruit. But when a gardener intervenes, cutting, cleansing, grafting the tree, begins to heal, you are that intervention in your family line. What poisoned others will not poison you. What stunted them will not stunt you. You are the gardener's chosen branch, and you will bear new fruit. This breaking of ancestral chains is not only spiritual, it is practical. Habits, mindsets, and cycles are being confronted in you. Where generations lived in fear of not having enough, you are learning faith that multiplies resources. Where generations clung to silence and shame, you are stepping into truth and boldness. Where generations surrendered to oppression, you are rising in freedom. You are not just inheriting their struggles, you are rewriting their story. Think of Israel again. They were born into slavery in Egypt. Yet through one chosen leader, the chains of hundreds of years were shattered in a single night. What seemed permanent was undone in a moment by the power of God's hand. And in the same way, what lingered over your family for decades is breaking under your feet. You may even notice signs of this already. The thoughts that used to dominate you no longer have the same hold. The fears that once crippled you no longer paralyze. You begin to make choices that your family never imagined, choices of wisdom, of faith, of courage. That is evidence of the chains snapping. There is also an inheritance of wisdom hidden in your bloodline. Not everything you carry from the past is a chain. Some things are treasures. Perhaps there was a praying grandmother whose whispered petitions built a shield you never saw. Perhaps there was an ancestor who dreamed of freedom, who carried visions too great for their time. Those seeds live in you. Heaven preserved them for such a moment as this. So while the chains are breaking, the treasures are awakening. The enemy tried to bury them under cycles of struggle, but they rise again through you. Your calling is not only to break, but also to build, not only to end, but also to begin. You are both the closing of an old chapter and the opening of a new one. Think of a river dammed up for centuries. The water builds, pressing, waiting. Generations live downstream in drought, not knowing the reservoir is there. Then, in one moment, the dam cracks. Water gushes forth, flooding the land, bringing life where death reigned. That crack is you, the pressure of prayers, hopes, and untapped potential stored for generations is now bursting forth into your lifetime. Chains are broken not only by power but by revelation. The truth you now carry is what sets you free. You see the patterns others accepted as normal and refuse them. Where your family said, "This is how it has always been," you rise and declare, "It will not be this way with me." That defiance, sanctified by heaven, is what reshapes destiny. Consider the image of a relay race. Generations before you ran their laps, some stumbling, some falling, some dropping the baton entirely. Yet somehow, the baton was placed in your hand. You are not running alone, you are finishing what they could not. And when you cross the line, it is not only your victory, it is theirs too. Do not underestimate the magnitude of this. When a chain breaks in one life, it reverberates into many. Your children, your children's, and even those who are connected to you will walk freer because you stood firm. You are shifting an entire lineage from scarcity into abundance, from captivity into freedom. The Apostle Paul writes in his letter to the Galatians, chapter 5, verse 1, "It is for freedom that Christ has set us free. Stand firm, then, and do not let yourselves be burdened again by a yoke of slavery." End of fauna. That is your banner now. Stand firm. Do not return to chains that no longer belong to you. Poverty of mind, spirit, and resources may knock on your door, but you no longer have to answer. You carry the authority to slam it shut. And as you walk in this new freedom, you will feel heaven's endorsement in ways undeniable. Unexpected provision will arrive, not just to sustain you, but to prove that the cycle is broken. Wisdom will flow through your decisions, guiding you into paths your family never dared to walk. Peace will settle over your heart like a shield, confirming that the storm has passed. Chains may have been your starting point, but they are not your destination. You were not born to repeat history. You were born to change it. And the wealth of nations being transferred into your hands is not only material, it is generational. You are carrying the breakthrough of many, not just the blessing of one. So walk boldly, chosen one. The roots of poverty are severed. The curses of lack are cancelled. The chains of yesterday lie shattered behind you. And before you stretches a path of inheritance, lined with promises, lit with glory, and heavy with abundance. You are the turning point of your bloodline, and heaven rejoices at your step into freedom. Chosen one. It is time to speak about your role not merely as a receiver, but as a carrier. Many dream of blessings, of wealth, of provision flowing into their hands. But you are set apart for something greater. You are not just meant to hold, you are meant to distribute. You are not simply called to accumulate, you are called to become a vessel through which heaven's abundance flows into the earth. This is a mantle far weightier than people imagine. To be a carrier of the kingdom means your life becomes a channel. What enters your hands is not the end of the story, it is the beginning. Through you, resources move to the places where they are needed most. Through you, strategies are released that lift others out of despair. Through you, wisdom flows that stabilizes families and strengthens communities. Think of rain. A cloud does not store water for itself. It gathers moisture from the sky until it grows heavy. And then, at the appointed time, it releases rain over the earth. The fields drink. The rivers rise. The crops flourish. The cloud fulfills its purpose not by holding, but by releasing. You are that cloud, chosen to pour out what you carry. There is also the image of a river. A river is fed by streams and springs, but it never hoards. It flows, nourishing everything along its banks. Villages rise around it. Harvests thrive near it. Travelers find refreshment in it. If the river stopped flowing, it would stagnate and rot. Its life is in its movement. In the same way, your purpose is not in hoarding, but in flowing. The wealth of nations is passing through you, and as it moves, it brings life to countless others. Being a kingdom carrier also means living with open hands. Closed fists cannot receive, and they cannot give, but open hands are always ready to welcome heaven's provision, and ready to release it at the Spirit's prompting. This open posture is what marks you as chosen, while others clutch tightly in fear. You trust the source. You know that what flows out will always be replaced, multiplied, and returned. Consider the early church described in the book of Acts. They were filled not only with power, but with generosity. Those who had shared, those in need received. And as this cycle continued, none were left lacking. That is the picture of what it means to be a kingdom carrier. You are part of that same lineage, called to create environments where lack is erased because divine distribution has taken place. This is not limited to finances. You carry words that heal, encouragement that restores, wisdom that redirects. Sometimes what people need is not money, but guidance. Not gold, but hope. You, chosen by God, carry treasures of every kind. Your smile can be a gift. Your prayer can be a deposit. Your presence can be a release of peace in chaos. This is what makes you more than just a receiver. You are a living vessel. Do not underestimate the power of being a distributor. Many look at the wealthy of this world and see them as powerful because they possess much. Yet in heaven's economy, true greatness belongs to those who give, not to those who hoard. Power rests with those who can channel, not those who can cling. You have been entrusted with the higher role, the one who channels abundance to where it produces eternal fruit. The psalmist writes in Psalms, chapter 24, verse 1, "The earth is the Lord's, and everything in it, the world, and all who live in it." This truth shapes your role. Nothing truly belongs to you. Everything belongs to Him. But because you are chosen, He places it in your hands as a steward. Stewardship is not ownership, it is responsibility. It means you carry heaven's resources with care, with purpose, with vision. Think of a torchbearer in a marathon. The flame is not theirs. They did not create it, yet it is entrusted to them for a time, and their task is to carry it faithfully until it reaches its destination. In the same way, you carry heaven's flame resources, wisdom, influence. You will pass it into the lives of others, igniting fires that will continue burning long after you have moved on. That is the legacy of a kingdom carrier. There is also a personal dimension to this. Carrying the kingdom means your own life becomes evidence of heaven's abundance. People will look at you and see peace where there should be panic, joy where there should be despair, provision where there should be lack. You become a signpost, pointing upward, showing others that God's economy is different. Without even speaking, your life testifies there is a source greater than the world. But carrying this mantle also requires discernment. Not every request will be from heaven. Not every open hand is guided by divine purpose. As a carrier, you must learn when to pour out and when to hold back, when to release and when to wait. This is where the Spirit guides you, whispering where to direct resources, so they bear fruit rather than waste. Wisdom will be as vital to you as generosity. Think of Jesus feeding the 5,000. The disciples saw only scarcity, 5 loaves and 2 fish. But Jesus saw multiplication. He received. He blessed. He broke. And he gave. And what seemed small became more than enough for thousands. That is your role as well. You may think, what is in your hand is not much. But when you carry it with kingdom intent, it multiplies far beyond what logic predicts. This is why your calling is weighty. To be a kingdom carrier is to live not for yourself but for others. To release not according to fear, but according to faith. To trust not in your own strength, but in the endless supply of heaven. And as you walk this out, you will see nations touched, communities shifted, and families restored. You are more than a receiver. You are a carrier. And the flow of heaven does not stop with you. It moves through you into the world, transforming everything it touches. Chosen one. Let us pause here and speak about the posture of your heart. You are not only entrusted with wealth, but also with alignment. For what good is abundance if the steps are out of order? What use is provision if your path is drifting away from the one who provides? Obedience is the axis upon which everything else turns. Throughout your journey, you have felt the tug of 2 voices, the one urging you toward faith and the one pulling you back into fear. Every time you chose to move forward, despite trembling knees, you grew stronger. Every time you refused to settle for compromise, you were positioning yourself for overflow. Obedience has never been about perfection. It has always been about posture. A willing heart can go farther than a flawless performance. Think of a compass in the wilderness. You could have the best supplies, the strongest team, and the most determination. But if your compass is broken, you will still be lost. In the same way, without alignment, all the resources in the world would leave you wandering, but with alignment, even the smallest provision can multiply to abundance. That compass is obedience. It keeps you pointing true, north, toward the voice of heaven. Consider the story of Joshua. He inherited leadership after Moses and faced a land filled with giants and fortified cities. The promise of wealth and territory was certain, but the condition was obedience. The Lord commanded him, "Meditate on the book of the Lord day and night. Do not turn from it to the right or left, and then you will be prosperous and successful." Prosperity did not come first. It followed obedience. Victory was birthed from alignment. Alignment does not mean you will never stumble. It means that when you stumble, you return quickly. Like a traveler adjusting their path after realizing they have strayed, you realign. The spirit within you will whisper, sometimes gently, sometimes urgently, "Not this way, turn here." And when you listen, you avoid traps that would have drained your inheritance. Imagine a ship sailing across a wide ocean. If its course is off by even 1 degree, it may miss its destination by hundreds of miles. But with constant adjustment, the ship arrives safely, even through storms. That is your life in obedience. The waves may rise, the winds may shift, but constant alignment keeps you on course toward the inheritance prepared for you. According to what is revealed in the book of Proverbs, chapter 16, verse 3, "Commit to the Lord whatever you do, and He will establish your plans." This is the secret. Submission is the alignment that straightens crooked paths. Obedience is the door that keeps inheritance within reach. Without it, even wealth can become a burden. With it, even trials become stepping stones. Now, I invite you into a declaration of agreement in the comments below. Type these 3 words. I choose alignment. This is not just a phrase, it is a prophetic act. It tells heaven you are willing to follow even when you do not fully understand. It tells your own heart that obedience will be your compass. And it tells the enemy that you cannot be swayed by fear or seduction. Alignment is costly. Yes, it requires surrender when you want control, patience when you crave speed, faith when you see nothing. But the reward is greater than the cost. It is alignment that ensures, when the wealth of nations is placed in your hands, it will not destroy you, but flow through you in power. So, stand firm. Chosen one. Keep your compass true. Align your steps with heaven's call. For in obedience, you will find not only blessing, but also lasting legacy. Chosen one. Alignment is not a single decision. It is a rhythm, a lifestyle. Many treat it as if one prayer or one act of obedience is enough to secure destiny. But alignment must be renewed daily. Just as a ship's captain checks the compass at every stage of the voyage, so must you continually examine your heart and ask, am I still walking in the direction God has set? This constant realignment does not mean you are failing. It means you are maturing. Think of a musician tuning an instrument. Even the best instruments drift out of tune when exposed to pressure or change in the environment. But when tuned again, they produce harmony. Your heart is the same. Pressures of life may pull you slightly off key, but with daily realignment to God's voice, your life produces harmony that others can hear and follow. Another truth is this: obedience often feels costly in the moment, but it preserves you from greater loss later. Consider a farmer who refuses to sow seed because he fears the clouds. He saves his grain today, but when harvest season comes, he has nothing. Obedience may feel like risk, but it is actually preservation. By planting your actions in alignment with God's voice, you guarantee a harvest when the time is right. Alignment also protects the wealth being placed in your hands. Without it, resources become traps. History is filled with those who gained much but lost their soul because they strayed from alignment. But you are different. You are learning now that true abundance flows only when you remain close to the source. Alignment is your safeguard. It ensures that wealth multiplies rather than destroys, that influence builds rather than corrupts. So, chosen one, do not despise the discipline of obedience. Embrace it as the compass that keeps your destiny on course. For every step you take in alignment today secures the inheritance that tomorrow will reveal. Chosen one, now we arrive at a mantle that has appeared before in history, and it is resting upon you today, the mantle of Joseph. His life is more than a story, it is a blueprint. Joseph endured betrayal, rejection, false accusation, and long years of obscurity. Yet in the end, he rose to carry the keys of wealth, distribution, and wisdom for entire nations. That same mantle is hovering over you. Think about his journey. His brothers sold him into slavery, and the pit could have been his end. But the pit was only the beginning. He was placed in a prison, wrongly accused. And again, it seemed like the end. But the prison became the doorway to the palace. Each setback was secretly a setup. Each delay was secretly a redirection. Heaven was weaving a story Joseph himself could not see at the time. Now consider your own life. The betrayals you faced were not accidents. They were pruning. The delays you endured were not punishments. They were training. The false accusations, the nights of silence, the moments when you wondered if you were forgotten, these were all part of the divine curriculum to prepare you for stewardship. The mantle of Joseph is never cheap. It comes at the cost of endurance. But its reward is influence. What set Joseph apart was not only his wisdom, but his perspective. While others hoarded or panicked during famine, Joseph had vision. He saw beyond the moment into the future. He stored grain in times of plenty so that he could distribute in times of lack. That is the heart of the Joseph mantle, not wealth for self, but abundance for others. Imagine a granary filled to overflowing. While the world outside starves, inside there is more than enough. Joseph was not just a keeper of that storehouse. He was the channel through which provision reached millions. And that is the mantle being placed on you. You will not only hold resources, you will manage them in ways that save lives, lift families, and transform generations. This mantle requires humility. Joseph could have used his power for revenge, but he chose forgiveness. He could have demanded repayment, but he gave provision. The Joseph mantle does not seek to prove itself, it seeks to serve. And because of that, Joseph's name still echoes through history as a steward of nations. The Word of God speaks in the book of Genesis, chapter 50, verse 20. You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good, to accomplish what is now done, the saving of many lives. That is your declaration as well. What was meant to harm you has become preparation for the saving of many. Your pain becomes the platform. Your scars become the testimony. Your wounds become wells of wisdom. Now, let me speak to your heart in a way that is simple, clear, and full of freedom. If this word resonates within you, let your response be natural. When you press like, it is as though you are placing a flame into a lantern. Suddenly, the message glows brighter and lights paths you may never walk yourself. When you share, it is like releasing a bird from your hand. What was once held close now takes flight, carrying hope to places your feet will never reach. When you subscribe, it is like anchoring your boat in a flowing river. You choose to stay in the current, so that fresh water continues to surround and sustain you. Picture yourself holding keys to a massive storehouse. Behind the door are treasures that can change lives, food for the hungry, hope for the hopeless, strength for the weary. Those keys are in your hand, and the door is waiting. Whether you choose to open it and share is up to you. That is the beauty of freedom. That is the beauty of being chosen. Chosen one. The Joseph mantle is real. It is heavy, but it is glorious. You are stepping into a role where your decisions will ripple into nations, where your obedience will rescue lives, where your generosity will plant vineyards that feed generations, and as you embrace it, you will know the truth. Every pit, every prison, every pain was not wasted. It was shaping you into a steward of nations. So breathe deeply, stand tall, hold the mantle with reverence, and walk into the palace of your destiny with open hands, ready to receive and ready to release. Chosen one. Never forget, Joseph's palace moment did not erase his pit or his prison. Those chapters remained part of his story, but they no longer defined him. Instead, they became the very testimony that gave him authority. In the same way, your scars will not disqualify you, they will authenticate you. People will listen to your wisdom not only because you prosper, but because you suffered and endured. Think of a mosaic. Broken pieces of glass on their own are sharp, painful, and discarded, but when placed together by the artist's hand, they form a picture radiant with beauty. Your life is that mosaic. Every fragment of betrayal, every shard of rejection, every crack of loss is being arranged into something greater than you imagined. Others will see the picture and realize it could only have been formed by the master's hand. The Joseph mantle is not merely about managing wealth, it is about carrying perspective. When famine comes, others see despair. You will see strategy. When scarcity arises, others panic. You will distribute. When nations tremble, others retreat. You will advance. That is the grace resting upon you. So walk forward with reverence, not pride. The palace is not the end of the story. It is the beginning of service. And you, chosen one, are stepping into that service now. Chosen one. As we continue, you must understand the deeper purpose of the abundance being released. Wealth without vision is dangerous, and influence without intention can be destructive. What is being placed in your hands is not for vanity, but for glory, the glory of God expressed in the earth. You are not called to hoard treasures, but to guard them, to steward them, to ensure that what is sacred is not wasted. Consider the image of a guardian at the gates of a city. His task is not to possess the city, but to protect it, ensuring that only what is good enters and what is harmful is kept out. In the same way, you are being positioned as a guardian of glory. What comes into your hands is not merely yours, it is entrusted to you for the sake of something larger. This requires a heart that understands sacred trust. Many in history have stumbled because they mistook entrusted wealth as personal ownership. They built monuments to themselves instead of altars to God. They consumed what was meant to be distributed. But you, chosen one, are different. You have been refined in silence so that when glory comes, it does not corrupt you, but flows through you. Think of the Ark of the Covenant. It was not valuable because of the wood or the gold that covered it. It was valuable because of what it carried, the presence of God. In the same way, what will be placed in your hands is not only valuable for its material worth, but because of the divine purpose embedded in it. You will carry resources that are meant to build, to heal, to restore, to reveal God's presence on earth. This means that discernment will be vital. Not every opportunity is from heaven. Not every partnership is aligned with your destiny. You must weigh carefully what you allow near the treasure you carry. Just as a guardian checks those who approach the gates, you must check the motives and spirits of those who draw near when your abundance is revealed. Some will come to take, others to exploit. But the spirit within you will whisper truth. Trust that whisper. Your role as a guardian of glory also means cultivating humility. Power often tempts people into arrogance, but humility keeps the flow pure. When Joseph stood before Pharaoh, he could have boasted in his gift. Instead, he declared, "It is not in me. God will give Pharaoh the answer he desires." His humility kept the focus on heaven, and that humility allowed him to rise without falling. So too with you, every time you redirect glory upward, heaven entrusts you with more. The prophet Jeremiah, chapter 9, verses 23 and 24, records this declaration. Let not the wise boast of their wisdom, or the strong boast of their strength, or the rich boast of their riches. But let the one who boasts boast about this, that they have the understanding to know me, that I am the Lord, who exercises kindness, justice and righteousness on earth. For in these I delight. En passant. This scripture is your safeguard. You will not boast in riches. You will not boast in strength. You will boast in knowing the Lord, the source, the giver, the one who delights in justice. That is how you guard glory, by ensuring that all of it points back to Him. Imagine holding a torch in the night. The flame is not yours. It is entrusted to you to carry. If you boast in the torch itself, you miss the point. The purpose of the flame is to give light to others. In the same way, your wealth and influence will be torches, illuminating paths for those still walking in darkness. You are the carrier, not the source, and that distinction will protect you. Guarding glory also requires vigilance against complacency. Wealth can whisper lies of comfort. Rest now. You've done enough. Hold tightly and never release. But the Spirit will nudge you toward generosity, toward continued movement, toward the constant reminder that your purpose is larger than your comfort. Do not let complacency dull your edge. You were refined through fire, and you must remain sharp to continue carrying well. Think again of the early church. They saw miracles, signs, and wonders, but they also saw persecution. Through it all, they carried glory carefully, refusing to compromise. When they shared resources, it was not for recognition, but for love. When they spoke, it was not to elevate themselves, but to declare the risen Christ. This is the pattern you are called to follow, to carry glory in such a way that even opposition cannot quench it. Chosen one, I urge you to view yourself not only as a recipient of divine blessing, but as a guardian of divine reputation. How you carry wealth will testify to the world who your source is. If you hoard, they will believe your God is selfish. If you squander, they will think your God is careless. But if you steward with wisdom and release with love, they will see that your God is generous, wise, and just. Your actions are sermons louder than words. There is also an eternal perspective in this. What you guard on earth is not just for this lifetime. Jesus spoke of treasures stored in heaven. Treasures no thief can steal and no moth can destroy. The wealth of nations entrusted to you is temporal, but the way you steward it shapes eternal reward. Every act of faithfulness, every distribution of provision, every decision made in humility is building an eternal account that cannot be emptied. So take this mantle seriously. Guard glory as you would guard your own breath. Do not allow pride to pollute it, fear to paralyze it, or greed to corrupt it. Hold it with reverence, release it with wisdom, and always return the glory to the one who gave it. For this is the truth. You are not only a steward of wealth, you are a steward of glory. And as you guard it well, heaven will entrust you with more influence, more authority, more abundance, not for your name, but for His. Stand, then, as a guardian, not passive, not careless, but watchful and faithful. For the glory in your hands is not small. It is light for nations, hope for generations, and proof that God has chosen you for such a time as this. Chosen one. The moment we have spoken of again and again is not far away. It is here. The transfer has begun. What once felt like only a promise is now unfolding as a reality. You may not see all of it at once, but like dawn, breaking slowly across the horizon, the light is spreading, and soon the whole landscape will be illuminated. Think of a farmer standing in a field at the end of winter. For months, the ground seemed dead, covered in frost. He wondered if his seeds had withered. Yet when spring breaks, tiny shoots push through the soil, slowly at first, but undeniably, life returns. That is your life, right now. For years, you sowed prayers, tears, faith, obedience, and sacrifice. Now, shoots are breaking through the soil. The harvest is no longer a distant dream. It is sprouting before your eyes. This transfer is not simply about money flowing from one place to another. It is about heaven's resources, ideas, opportunities, connections, influence being rerouted into your hands. Where others mismanaged, you will steward. Where others wasted, you will multiply. Where others built for themselves, you will build for the kingdom. The prophet Isaiah, chapter 60, verse 5, declares, "Then you will look and be radiant. Your heart will throb and swell with joy. The wealth on the seas will be brought to you. To you, the riches of the nations will come." Loch. This verse paints a picture of joy overflowing, of your heart swelling, because you recognize the faithfulness of God. The wealth of nations is not a vague metaphor. It is a reality that heaven is orchestrating right now. The seas of provision are moving. The rivers of abundance are flowing, and they are flowing toward you. But here is what makes this even more powerful. The transfer is not only for your benefit, it is for testimony. Others will see what God places in your hands and know that He is real, that He is faithful, that He rewards those who endure. Your life will become a living signpost pointing to the source. Imagine again the image of a table. For years, you were kept outside the banquet hall, hearing laughter and seeing light through the cracks in the door. But now, the door has opened. Not only are you invited to sit, you are being asked to host. The food is laid out before you. Not so you can eat alone, but so you can call others to join. That is what this transfer means. It is the shifting of position from guest to steward, from outsider to host. There will be moments when you are tempted to doubt. You may say, "But I don't see it yet. My hands still feel empty." Remember that harvest does not always appear overnight. A sprout today is proof that a forest is coming tomorrow. Do not despise small beginnings, for they are signs of larger endings. Look closely at your life, and you will notice hints of this transfer already. An unexpected opportunity, a chance connection, a sudden clarity of vision. These are the first ripples of a great tide moving toward you. The full wave is on its way. But even now, heaven is confirming it has begun. Think of waves at the shore. One rolls in, then another, each larger than the last. At first, they seem small, but soon the tide rises and covers everything. The transfer works like that. It starts subtly, then grows until you are surrounded. You cannot stop it. You cannot contain it. You can only receive it and release it. Chosen one, now is the time to anchor your faith in declaration. Do not let this moment pass without responding. In the comments below, type the number 888. Why 888? Because it is the number of new beginnings, of overflow, of cycles completed and made new. When you declare it, you are not typing digits. You are sealing agreement with heaven's timing. You are saying, I am ready to step into the new. I align with the transfer. As you write it, imagine the doors unlocking. Imagine vaults opening. Imagine rivers shifting direction toward your hands. That declaration is your prophetic act. Your alignment with what is already unfolding. The transfer is here. It will not delay. It will not be stolen. It will not be reversed. What heaven has decreed cannot be undone by man or devil. And you, chosen one, are standing in the center of it. Lift your eyes and see it. Your waiting was not wasted. Your pain was not pointless. Your tears were not in vain. Every moment of endurance, every choice of obedience, every step of faith has brought you to this hour. You are not just inheriting provision, you are inheriting responsibility. You are not just receiving wealth, you are receiving a mantle. You are not just stepping into blessing, you are stepping into history. For generations to come will look back and say, it was in their lifetime that the transfer began. End of team. Chosen one. Rejoice, for the dawn is breaking. The harvest is sprouting. The vaults are opening. And the transfer is here. Chosen one. When the transfer of wealth and influence begins, something remarkable happens. The voices of your enemies grow strangely silent. Those who once mocked you, those who dismissed your dreams, those who rolled their eyes at your faith, they will be forced to watch as God's hand lifts you higher. This is not about revenge. This is about testimony. Their silence is not for your ego, but for God's glory. You know the sting of mockery. You have walked through seasons where people whispered behind your back. They questioned your choices, laughed at your faith, and said you would never see breakthrough. Some even enjoyed your struggles, as if your setbacks confirmed their own doubts. Yet what they did not see was the hidden preparation. They saw only the surface, while heaven was shaping you in secret. Think of Hannah, the woman who longed for a child while her rival mocked her year after year. The taunts pierced her heart, but she did not give up. She poured her soul before the Lord, and in due time, her womb opened. When she carried Samuel in her arms, her tears turned into testimony. The same mouths that mocked her had no words left to speak. That is your story too. What was once the cause of shame will become the place of honor. Mockery is often the enemy's last weapon before breakthrough. When he cannot stop the blessing, he tries to discourage the vessel. He uses laughter, insults, and rejection to break your spirit. But every word spoken against you has only built a stage for God's glory to shine brighter. The louder their mockery, the greater the reversal. Imagine a courtroom. Accusers stand, presenting their words as evidence against you. They mock, they point, they belittle. Then the judge rises. His gavel falls. The room goes silent. One decree from his mouth cancels every accusation. That is what is happening in your life. The gavel of heaven has struck. The case is closed. The accusers are silenced. This silence will not come because you prove yourself. It will come because God Himself vindicates you. Vindication is not your task. It is His. Your assignment is to remain faithful, to walk forward, to carry the mantle with humility. His assignment is to silence the critics, to confound the doubters, to display His glory through your life. The prophet Micah wrote in chapter 7, verse 8, "Do not gloat over me, my enemy. Though I have fallen, I will rise. Though I sit in darkness, the Lord will be my light." This is your anthem. The very ones who thought your fall was final will see you rise again. The ones who thought your darkness was permanent will watch the light of God break over your horizon. And in that moment, their gloating will be silenced. But notice this: silence is not the same as transformation. Some will simply stop speaking, others will begin to wonder, and a few will be drawn to seek the God who lifted you. Your rise becomes their invitation. Some who mocked will later come asking for prayer. Some who rejected will later seek counsel. Some who laughed will later follow. That is why you must carry your rise with grace. Vindication is not the end, it is the opening of new doors for influence. Consider Joseph again. His brothers mocked him, hated him, and sold him into slavery. Yet years later, when famine struck, they bowed before him. He could have chosen bitterness, but he chose mercy. His rise silenced their mockery, but his forgiveness turned that silence into reconciliation. This is the higher calling, not only to watch your enemies fall silent, but to extend grace when they return, humbled. This requires strength of character. Wealth and influence can tempt a person to gloat in return, to flaunt their success before those who doubted them, but that is not the way of the chosen. Your assignment is to display humility, to show that your rise was not about you, but about the faithfulness of God. In doing so, you guard your own heart from pride and keep the flow of blessing pure. Think of a lamp placed on a stand. Its light fills the room, but it makes no noise. It does not need to shout to prove its brightness. It simply shines, and darkness cannot resist. That is your life now. You do not need to defend yourself, argue with critics, or prove your worth. You simply shine, and the silence of your enemies will testify louder than words. There is also a prophetic justice in this. For years, you endured pain in secret. Few saw the tears, the nights of wrestling, the hidden sacrifices, yet your reward will not be hidden. God delights in making His vindication public, not to embarrass your enemies, but to glorify His name. He prepares a table before you in the presence of your enemies, not behind their backs. This is His way of showing that He alone is the lifter of your head. Do not fear when people underestimate you. Do not despair when they laugh. Their laughter is fuel for heaven's reversal. The very ones who said, "It will never happen," will be the ones who witness it first. The very ones who said, "You are wasting your time," will see the fruit of your persistence. The very ones who tried to bury you will realize they only planted a seed. So, chosen one, carry this season with dignity. You will not need to respond to every insult or to justify every choice. Silence is its own testimony. Your rise will speak for itself. And when you stand in abundance, you will not even need to remind them of their words. They will remember on their own. The silence of your enemies will become the soundtrack of your vindication, And your testimony will become the invitation for them to encounter the God who never abandons his chosen ones. Chosen one. Now, you must prepare for a pace you have never known before. What is about to unfold will not come slowly, nor will it creep forward step by step. It will arrive with speed, with force, with acceleration. Heaven is not merely moving in your life, it is rushing. What once took years will now take months. What once took months will now take days. You are entering a season of divine acceleration. Think of a runner who has been training on uneven ground, climbing hills, carrying weights. Every step was hard, every breath labored. Then suddenly, the weights are removed, the path evens out, and the runner feels as though wings have been given to their feet. That is the shift awaiting you. The resistance you endured has strengthened you. And now, when obstacles are removed, you will move faster than you thought possible. Acceleration is a gift, but it is also a test. It requires focus. Imagine a chariot pulled by powerful horses. If the driver loses grip, the speed that was meant to carry them forward will instead throw them off course. So it is with you. Heaven's pace is increasing, and you must hold the reins of wisdom tightly. Without discipline, acceleration can become destruction. With discipline, it becomes destiny fulfilled. The Book of Amos, chapter 9, verses 13 and 14, paints this picture vividly. The days are coming, declares the Lord, when the reaper will be overtaken by the plowman and the planter by the one treading grapes. New wine will drip from the mountains and flow from all the hills, and I will bring my people Israel back from exile. Indent. This is acceleration described harvests, overtaking, sowing, blessings flowing faster than the process can be measured. What once seemed to crawl will begin to run. What once seemed delayed will suddenly arrive. You have known delay. You have walked through seasons that felt endless, waiting for a door to open, for a word to manifest, for a breakthrough to appear. In those times, you wondered if heaven had forgotten you, but in truth, delay was building depth. Delay was digging foundations. And now, acceleration will be the reward for your endurance. Imagine a bow and arrow. The arrow is pulled back, stretched further and further, tension building until it feels unbearable. For a moment, it seems as if nothing is happening, just strain and waiting. But when the hand releases, the arrow flies farther and faster because of the tension it endured. That is you. The seasons of stretching were not wasted. They prepared you for the flight that now awaits. Acceleration will also bring surprises. Things you did not even pray for will arrive. Doors you did not knock on will swing open. Blessings you did not expect will chase you down. This is because acceleration is not only about speed, but about overflow. Heaven is not catching up, it is overtaking. Think again of Joseph. In one day, he went from prisoner to prince. He woke up in chains. But by nightfall, he wore robes of authority. That is acceleration. Years of silence. Then suddenly a whirlwind of change. You, too, are stepping into sudden shifts. What seems impossible now will turn in a single moment. But with acceleration comes responsibility. When opportunities flood in, you must discern which ones to embrace and which to decline. Not every open door is for you. Some are distractions disguised as opportunities. You must ask, Does this align with the mantle I carry? Does this serve the kingdom I represent? Wisdom must be your anchor as speed increases. Picture yourself on a river. For years, the current was slow, and you paddled with great effort. Suddenly, the waters quicken, carrying you faster than your oars could. If you panic and fight against the current, you will exhaust yourself. But if you learn to steer with the flow, you will travel farther in days than you once did in years. The river is acceleration. Your obedience is the rudder. Together, they will bring you exactly where you need to be. Acceleration also means that restoration will come quickly. The years lost will be redeemed in ways that surprise you. Time itself will feel as though it bends in your favor. While others wait decades, you will accomplish in a short time what should have taken a lifetime. This is not because of your effort, but because of heaven's decree. The prophet Joel, chapter 2, verse 25, echoes this. I will restore to you the years that the locust hath eaten, the cankerworm, and the caterpillar, and the palmer worm, my great army which I sent among you. Restoration of years is acceleration compressed into blessing. What was consumed is being repaid at divine speed. Chosen one. Prepare your heart for this pace. Do not be startled when answers come quicker than your prayers. Do not be overwhelmed when provision arrives faster than your plans. Do not doubt when the tide turns suddenly in your favor. This is not a mistake, it is acceleration. Yet with this gift, you must remain grounded. Many lose themselves when momentum builds. Pride whispers, "Look what you achieved." Fear whispers, "What if it ends tomorrow?" Neither voice must guide you. Instead, keep your eyes fixed on the source. The speed of the blessing will not shake you if your roots are deep. Think of a tree in storm winds. The branches sway wildly. The leaves whip in the air, but the roots remain firm. The deeper the roots, the stronger the tree. No matter how fierce the storm, your roots in God's presence, His Word, and His Spirit will anchor you during acceleration. There will be testimonies in your life that even you will struggle to explain. You will say, "I don't know how it happened so quickly. I only know it was God." Those around you will marvel. Some will celebrate. Others will envy. But all will be forced to acknowledge that the hand of heaven is upon you. So do not shrink back in fear of acceleration. Do not sabotage yourself with hesitation. Step boldly into the pace being set for you. Heaven has trained you in patience, and now heaven is rewarding you with speed. Both were necessary. One built your endurance. The other will fulfill your destiny. Chosen one. The days of waiting are giving way to days of running. The seasons of delay are being replaced by seasons of sudden fulfillment, and the mantle upon you is strong enough to carry this pace. Stand ready. Keep your eyes forward. Grip the reins of wisdom, for divine acceleration is not coming, it has already begun. Chosen one. The moment has come to lift your vision beyond the shifting sands of this world. You live in an age where economies rise and fall like waves, where markets shake, and where human systems prove fragile. But you do not belong to that fragile order. You are anchored in something greater, something unshakable, the economy of heaven. In this divine economy, there is no inflation, no scarcity, no collapse. Its foundation is eternal, its resources limitless, its principles unchanging. When heaven's wealth flows into your life, It does not flow according to the measurements of men, but according to the abundance of God. That is why you can prosper even when others panic, why you can rise even when others fall. Think of manna in the wilderness. Israel wandered in a barren desert, a place with no markets, no farms, no trade. Yet every morning, provision fell from the sky. Heaven's bakery opened above them, and bread appeared where none should exist. That is the economy you belong to, the one where streams flow from rocks and banquets are set in barren places. This economy is not bound to money alone. It includes wisdom that multiplies opportunities, favor that opens doors, and strength that sustains you when resources seem thin. It is why you carry peace when others are anxious, why you walk with clarity when others are confused. You are a living witness that God's economy cannot be shaken. But here lies the deeper truth. Heaven's economy is not meant to flow into closed hands. It flows through open vessels. It multiplies when it moves. Just as bread in Jesus' hands multiplied as he broke it, so your resources will grow as you release them. Scarcity clings, but abundance flows. The Apostle Paul writes in his letter to the Philippians, chapter 4, verse 19, "And my God will meet all your needs according to his riches in Christ Jesus." Notice those words, not out of scarcity, not out of the leftovers, but according to the riches of his glory. That is limitless supply. That is economy without lack. That is the promise over your life. Now pause with me. If this truth stirs you, if something in your spirit resonates with the sound of these words, let your response be as natural as breathing. When you press like, it is as though you are laying another stone in a cathedral of light. Your single gesture becomes part of something vast and holy, rising higher with every hand that adds to it. When you share, it is like casting a bottle into the ocean. Inside it carries a message of hope. And though you may not know where it lands, it may wash up on the shore of someone's despair and give them reason to rise again. When you subscribe, it is like planting your tent beside a living spring every time you return. Fresh water flows, refreshing your spirit and keeping you rooted in the rhythm of revelation. And when you choose to comment, let it not be empty words, but an imprint of your faith. Your comment is like inscribing your name into the living history of heaven's story, etched not in sand that fades, but in stone that endures. It becomes a testimony that in this generation you stood, you believed, you aligned with the transfer of nations. This is not compulsion. This is not demand. This is invitation. A cathedral is built only when many place stones together. An ocean message travels only when someone releases it. A spring refreshes only those who draw near. A stone inscription stands as witness through ages. Your response is part of a greater story. Chosen one. You are standing in the economy of heaven. When others fear collapse, you will see expansion. When others lose, you will gain. When others panic, you will rise in peace. But do not forget, the abundance is not just for you. It flows through you, into your family, your community, your generation. You are a distributor of divine supply. So let this moment mark you. Let your heart recognize that the wealth of nations is not about chasing coins or markets. It is about carrying heaven's glory in every area of your life. It is about being a vessel that testifies. Again and again, the Lord is my provider. His riches never run dry. On, as the world shakes. Stand firm. As systems falter, lift your eyes. You are not bound by their economy. You belong to a kingdom that cannot be shaken, and its treasury is already open over you. Chosen one, pause here and let the weight of this truth rest on your spirit. The world may measure wealth in coins and contracts, but heaven measures it in trust and testimony. What you carry is not fragile currency, it is eternal inheritance. Every step of obedience, every act of faith, every seed of kindness is counted in heaven's economy, where nothing is lost. Think of a river that never runs dry. Villages build along its banks. Fields drink from its flow. Children laugh in its streams. The river does not choose who may drink. It simply flows, day after day, season after season. That is your life when you remain aligned with heaven. You are not a reservoir to hoard, but a river to refresh. And remember, rivers carve landscapes. They create valleys, nurture forests, and even shape nations. Your life will do the same. The flow of heaven through you will mark generations. Long after today, your testimony will still be echoing, shaping the paths of those who follow. So let your heart rest, secure. You are not scrambling for survival, you are stewarding overflow. You are not lost in the chaos, you are anchored in eternal order. The wealth of nations is being placed in your hands not as a fleeting possession, but as a lasting mantle. Carry it with reverence. Release it with wisdom. And watch as your life becomes a river of blessing, too vast to measure. Chosen one. Now you must see that the wealth of nations being entrusted to you is not just material, it is deeply spiritual. There are treasures hidden in obedience, strength found in surrender, and wisdom born of suffering. Heaven's transfer is not merely about gold or silver, but about impartation, the kind that shapes leaders, restores families, and shifts the course of generations. Think of Solomon. When offered anything, he did not ask for riches or fame. He asked for wisdom, and with wisdom came everything else. His request was not selfish. It was rooted in the desire to steward a people well. Because of that, nations brought their wealth to him. They came not only for his treasures, but for his counsel. This is the pattern you are stepping into. What you carry will draw others, not because of your bank account, but because of the light of wisdom within you. Wealth in its purest form is the ability to influence outcomes. Money alone cannot heal marriages, but wisdom can. Gold alone cannot bring peace to a tormented mind, but truth can. Influence backed by divine wisdom becomes the true wealth of a chosen one. That is why heaven is filling you not just with resources, but with insight. Imagine a lamp filled with oil. The flame is not valuable on its own. It depends on the oil within. In the same way, your external influence depends on the oil of wisdom that heaven pours into your spirit. Without it, the flame fades quickly. With it, the flame shines steadily, lighting the path for many. That oil is what you are receiving now. This also means that your hidden years were never wasted. Every trial, every valley, every loss was part of the refining process. You were being taught patience in delay, discernment in betrayal, endurance in hardship. Those lessons are not liabilities, they are assets. They are wisdom in raw form, which heaven now polishes into treasures ready to be displayed. The Apostle James, in his letter, chapter 1, verse 5, declares, "If any of you lacks wisdom, ask God, who gives generously to all, without finding fault, and it will be given to you generously, without finding fault." This is the kind of wisdom you are being offered, not the kind taught in classrooms or sold in books, but wisdom straight from the source, and with it comes the ability to see what others miss, to build what others abandon, to restore what others give up on. There is also a mantle of strategy being placed upon you. Strategy is heaven's way of multiplying limited resources. When Joseph stood before Pharaoh, he did not conjure gold from the air. He gave strategy. Save in times of plenty. Distribute in times of famine. That wisdom preserved not only Egypt, but also the nations around it. You too are being prepared to carry strategies that bring life where others only see loss. Imagine a chessboard. To the untrained eye, pieces move randomly. But to the master, every move has purpose. Each piece is part of a larger design. That is how heaven sees your life. And now, that is how you will see as well. The Spirit will give you the ability to discern not only the next move, but the moves after that, so that nothing is wasted and everything aligns. This level of wisdom will also protect you from traps. The enemy lays snares in places of abundance, hoping to lure you into carelessness. But wisdom will whisper, "Not this way." Discernment will nudge, "Wait here." Insight will reveal, "Choose that path." These internal checks are heaven's way of guarding the treasures you carry, ensuring you do not squander them where they cannot grow. Understand this. Wisdom is the currency that sustains wealth. Without it, fortunes are wasted. With it, even little becomes much. That is why heaven is not only transferring resources, but first filling you with understanding. Your heart must expand before your hands overflow. Think of a vessel. If it is cracked, no matter how much is poured in, it will leak. But when it is mended, it can hold without loss. You were once that cracked vessel, wounded, broken, leaking hope. But through seasons of healing, heaven has sealed the cracks. Now you are whole, ready to contain what is poured in, not to lose it. The world often confuses knowledge with wisdom, but they are not the same. Knowledge can be gathered, stored, memorized. Wisdom is applied, lived, embodied. Knowledge tells you what is possible. Wisdom tells you what is right. Knowledge fills the mind. Wisdom fills the heart and directs the hands. What is being given to you is not information, it is transformation. You may already notice this shift in your life. Where once you panicked at closed doors, you now wait with patience. Where once you chased every opportunity, you now discern which ones align. Where once you felt powerless in loss, you now sense purpose in pruning. These are signs that wisdom is flowing, evidence that you are already walking in the transfer. So embrace this mantle. Treasure the wisdom being poured into you, for it is the key that unlocks everything else. With it, wealth will not corrupt you. Influence will not mislead you. Power will not blind you. Instead, everything placed in your hands will grow, multiply, and testify to the source from which it came, chosen one. The wealth of nations includes more than gold. It includes the wisdom of heaven. And as you carry it, you will not only prosper, you will guide others into the same light. chosen one. Let us turn our attention to the unseen currents that move beneath the surface of life's spiritual warfare. The transfer of wealth and influence is not uncontested. Every shift in the heavenly realm stirs resistance in the earthly realm. You must not be surprised when opposition arises, for opposition is confirmation that something valuable is being delivered into your hands. Think of a seed pushing through soil. The ground does not simply give way, it resists. Yet the pressure against the seed is the very thing that strengthens its stem. Without resistance, it would grow weak and collapse at the first wind. In the same way, the resistance you face is not evidence of failure, but proof of growth. It is the pressure that prepares you to stand strong when the harvest arrives. Your adversary does not attack where there is nothing to steal. He strikes hardest at the place of greatest potential. The dreams that keep you awake at night, the visions that stir in your spirit, the assignments you know are larger than yourself. These are the very areas where resistance intensifies. But do not fear. The opposition is not stronger than the one who called you. The Apostle Paul reminds us in his letter to the Ephesians, chapter 6, verse 12. For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this dark world, and against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms. End quote. This verse uncovers the reality. People are not your enemies. Systems, spirits, and unseen forces are. When you understand this, you stop wasting energy fighting individuals and instead focus on standing firm in the spirit. You lift your eyes above the surface battle and see the true battlefield. Imagine standing on a shoreline as waves crash violently. To the untrained eye, it seems chaotic, unpredictable. But a sailor knows that beneath the surface, there are currents moving with purpose, shaping the tides. In the same way, the conflicts in your life may look random, but beneath them is a larger spiritual movement. Heaven is orchestrating. The enemy is resisting, and you are standing at the center of it all. This is why armor is necessary. Not physical armor, but spiritual armor, truth to guard your mind, righteousness to protect your heart, faith to extinguish lies, and the word to pierce through deception. You are not called to retreat, you are called to stand. And standing does not mean passivity. It means refusing to be moved, refusing to surrender ground, refusing to let go of what heaven has promised you. Consider David facing Goliath. To everyone else, Goliath looked unbeatable. His size, his weapons, his roar, all inspired fear. But David saw differently. He did not measure the giant against himself. He measured the giant against God. That shift in perspective was the true battle. And once his eyes were aligned, the stone in his sling became unstoppable. You too will face giants, obstacles that look insurmountable, voices that sound louder than truth, systems that seem unshakable. But like David, you must measure them correctly. Do not ask, "Am I big enough?" Ask instead, "Is my God bigger?" And the answer will always be yes. There will be nights when the pressure feels unbearable, when you wonder if you are truly chosen, when the weight of the battle tempts you to surrender. In those moments, remember, light always presses hardest against darkness before dawn. The darker the night, the closer the morning. Your endurance in the night is the bridge that carries you into breakthrough at daybreak. Think also of the eagle. Storms that drive other birds into hiding, become the eagle's advantage. It spreads its wings, locks them in place, and lets the winds lift it higher. What others flee, the eagle uses. What others fear, the eagle rides. That is your calling in warfare. Do not flee the storm, use it. The winds meant to break you will carry you higher than you have ever flown. Chosen one, you are not defenseless. You are not fragile. You are not at the mercy of darkness. You are equipped, empowered, and positioned for victory. Every battle you face is a stage for glory. Every opposition is an opportunity for endurance. Every resistance is proof that treasure is near. So do not lose heart. The wealth of nations is being transferred, and though the enemy rages, he cannot stop what heaven has decreed. Stand firm. Keep your eyes on the source. For even in warfare, you are chosen, and the victory already belongs to you. Chosen one. The truth you must anchor deep within is this: the battle itself is a sign that you carry something worth fighting for. No thief breaks into an empty house, and no army lays siege to barren land. The intensity of your struggle only reveals the magnitude of your inheritance. Picture a crown locked in a vault. Guards are posted. Alarms are set. Walls are fortified. Why? Because the crown is precious. In the same way, the enemy surrounds your destiny with resistance because it is valuable. Every fiery dart, every whisper of doubt, every delay is a clue you are guarding something sacred. And when the transfer of wealth fully manifests, you will look back on the warfare with gratitude. What felt unbearable will be seen as training. What once brought tears will be remembered as sharpening. The scars you carry will not be marks of defeat, but medals of endurance. So lift your head, even in battle. You are not fighting to win, you are fighting from victory already secured. The Lion of Judah has already triumphed, and his roar echoes through your spirit. You are not just a survivor of warfare. You are a conqueror marked for inheritance. Chosen one. Lean in closely now, for this moment carries a weight of destiny. You are stepping into a threshold unlike any you have known before. The heavens are not whispering, they are declaring. The earth is not still, it is shaking. And at the center of this divine stirring stands you, appointed and anointed, marked to carry the wealth of nations into holy stewardship. This transfer is not abstract. It is not only spiritual poetry or prophetic imagery. It is tangible, measurable, undeniable. It will touch finances, relationships, opportunities, health, and influence. But it will not stop with you. It will flow through you. What heaven entrusts is never meant to stagnate. It is meant to spread, to multiply, to touch lives beyond your own. Imagine a mountain spring breaking open after centuries underground. At first, the water trickles, then it pours, then it rushes with such force that valleys are carved, forests are nourished, and entire communities find life because of it. That is the transfer you are about to witness. Not a drop here and there, but a rushing river pouring from heaven's storehouse into your hands. The prophet Haggai, chapter 2, verse 7, records these words: I will shake all nations, and what is desired by all nations will come, and I will fill this house with glory, says the Lord Almighty. This shaking is not to destroy it, is to deliver. The shaking removes what is corrupt, so that what is pure can be revealed. The shaking empties the hands of the wicked, so that the righteous may receive. The shaking rearranges the wealth of nations, so that glory may rest where it belongs. Do not fear the shaking. Chosen one, you have already been shaken and refined in your own life. You endured seasons when everything felt unstable. People left, doors closed, plans failed, and yet, here you stand, stronger than before. That was your personal shaking, preparing you for the global shaking, now unfolding. What you passed through privately, the nations will now experience publicly, and you will rise as a beacon amid the chaos. Understand this clearly. The transfer is not only a financial windfall, it is a shift of influence. Those who carried false authority will be stripped of it. Those who manipulated systems for selfish gain will watch their thrones crumble, and into that vacuum, God will place his chosen ones, you included. You will not sit in the back row of history. You will stand on the front lines of destiny. But here is the mystery. Heaven requires your agreement. Yes, the decree is made, but your declaration seals it in your life. This is why you cannot remain silent. Your words carry power. When you align your voice with heaven's decree, you open the gate for manifestation. So I call you now to a prophetic act. In the comments, type the number 4444. Why this number? Because it is a symbol of divine establishment, of foundations secured, of promises anchored. When you declare 4444, you are saying, I will not be moved. I stand in agreement with heaven's shaking and heaven's transfer. My foundation is secure, and I receive what belongs to the righteous. This is not superstition, it is alignment. It is the visible echo of an invisible covenant. By typing it, you mark yourself as one who believes, one who receives, one who stands. And as you do, imagine what it represents. 4 corners of the earth, acknowledging your inheritance. 4 winds of heaven, blowing provision into your life. 4 pillars of stability being set under your destiny. 4444 is not numbers, it is architecture. A prophetic foundation being laid beneath your feet. Chosen one. The transfer is not coming, it is here. The shaking is not approaching, it is happening. And your role is not passive, it is active. Stand, declare, align, and watch as the wealth of nations flows into your hands. Not for vanity, but for testimony. Not for selfishness, but for service. Not for pride, but for glory. Picture yourself holding a lamp on a high hill. The nations below wander in confusion, stumbling in the dark. But as your lamp is lifted, paths are revealed. That is what this transfer means. Your abundance becomes their direction. Your overflow becomes their survival. Your testimony becomes their faith. The shaking of systems may terrify others, but it will not terrify you, for you know the purpose behind it. You know that when the dust settles, those still standing will be the ones God has chosen, and you are among them. Do not shrink back. Do not doubt. Do not waver. The decree is clear. The timing is now, and your place is secured. Heaven has written your name into this chapter of history, and nothing can erase it. Chosen one. Type 4444 now as your seal, your signature, your stand. Let heaven see. Let earth witness. Let hell tremble. For you are aligned, established, unshakable, and ready to carry what generations before you longed to touch. Chosen one. Remember this: when you type 4,444, you are not simply adding numbers on a screen, you are stepping into a prophetic footprint. It is like pressing your seal into warm wax. It leaves an impression that cannot be erased. That number becomes a banner declaring, I am aligned with heaven, anchored in promise, and unshakable in purpose. Chosen one. Pause for a moment and look back over the road you have traveled. It has not been smooth, nor was it meant to be. Every valley you crossed, every storm you endured, every night you spent wrestling with questions, all of it was part of the shaping. The wealth of nations is not entrusted to the careless. It is given to those who have been forged in fire. You know what it means to wait. You know what it means to feel overlooked. You know what it means to pour out effort and see little in return. And yet, you did not quit. That is why you stand where you are now, on the edge of fulfillment. Heaven was not delaying, it was preparing. What looked like wasted years were actually investment years. Consider the story of Moses. He spent 40 years in the desert, tending sheep. Far removed from the palace he once knew. To many, it looked like failure, but in truth, it was formation. The patience he learned in the wilderness became the strength he needed to lead a nation. Without the desert, he could not have carried the weight of deliverance. Your wilderness seasons have done the same. They have trained your spirit, tempered your heart, and anchored your resolve. There is something sacred about waiting. Waiting sharpens vision. It teaches you to hear the faintest whisper of God's voice, to move when He says move, to stay when He says stay. Impulsive hearts cannot carry nations. Only those who have learned the rhythm of patience can be trusted with generational assignments. The psalmist David once wrote in Psalms chapter 42, verse 1, I waited patiently for the Lord. He turned to me and heard my cry. No, David was no stranger to delay. Anointed as king, yet chased as a fugitive. Promised a throne, yet hiding in caves. But the waiting did not break him. It refined him. And when his hour came, he was ready not just to sit on the throne, but to rule with wisdom. The same is true of you. Think of iron placed in the forge. The heat is intense, the blows relentless. To an outside observer, it may seem cruel, but the blacksmith knows the process. The hammering is not to destroy, but to shape, to strengthen, to form something worthy of use. That has been your life. The forge of affliction has been shaping you into a vessel worthy to carry wealth, wisdom, and influence. And here is the paradox. Though the waiting felt endless, the fulfillment will feel sudden. One day, it will appear as though everything changed at once. But you will know better. You will know that it was years in the making. Seeds planted long ago, now bursting into harvest. The world will see overnight success. You will see the fruit of endurance. This is why humility must remain your posture. Waiting humbles a person. It strips away entitlement. It reveals what truly matters. And when wealth arrives, humility will keep you grounded. You will not be swept away by pride, because you remember the caves, the deserts, the tears. You know what it means to have nothing, and so you will steward abundance with reverence. Chosen one. Understand this. Your scars are not disqualifications, they are qualifications. The pain you endured is proof that you can be trusted with power. Those who have never known hunger cannot appreciate bread. Those who have never been broken cannot handle healing. Those who have never waited cannot steward acceleration. Your story makes you ready. Imagine a tapestry woven over decades. Up close, it looks like tangled threads, knots, and colors without order. But step back, and the pattern emerges beautiful, intricate, intentional. That is your life. Every knot, every dark thread, every seeming mistake is part of a greater design. What once looked chaotic will soon reveal itself as divine artistry. The transfer of wealth into your hands is not an end, it is a continuation. It is the next thread in the tapestry. Do not despise the waiting that brought you here, for it is what makes you strong enough to carry what comes next. So stand tall. Chosen one. Look back, but do not linger in regret. Look forward, but do not rush in haste. You are exactly where you need to be, poised at the intersection of promise and fulfillment. The years behind you were not wasted, they were invested. And the return on that investment is about to unfold in ways more abundant than you imagined. Your waiting was not in vain. Your wilderness was not meaningless. Your scars are not wasted. They are the foundation upon which heaven now builds. And as the wealth of nations flows into your hands, you will carry it not as one entitled, but as one entrusted. That difference will make all the difference. Chosen one. Pause and breathe this truth in. Waiting was never a punishment. It was preparation. You were not being ignored. You were being hidden until the appointed time. Diamonds remain underground for centuries before they are revealed. Seeds lie unseen in the soil long before they burst into fruit. You too were hidden, not forgotten. Now, when the world finally sees what has been placed in your hands, they will marvel at the suddenness. But you will know it was never sudden. It was the slow work of heaven, quietly shaping you behind the curtain of obscurity. Every tear watered the ground. Every prayer tilled the soil. Every sigh of endurance was heard. And now, the unveiling has come. Chosen one. Let this knowledge humble you, but also embolden you. You waited well, and now you will carry much. You endured the night, and now you will shine in the day. Chosen one. The mantle of wealth and influence being laid upon you is not small. It is a commission that stretches beyond your own lifetime. You are stepping into a role where your choices ripple into families, communities, even nations. This is why heaven has been so intentional with your preparation. What you carry is not merely provision, it is legacy. Legacy is not measured by what you keep, but by what you release. The inheritance you are stepping into is not about storing treasure in barns, but about sowing into eternity. It is about building altars, not monuments. Altars point upward to God, monuments point inward to man. The wealth in your hands must always remain an altar. Think of Abraham. When God blessed him, he built altars wherever he went. Those altars testified not to Abraham's greatness, but to God's faithfulness. Because of this posture, Abraham became a father of nations. His wealth was not an end, it was a sign. In the same way, your abundance will not simply enrich you, it will point others toward the source. The Apostle Paul writes in his second letter to the Corinthians, Chapter 9. Verse 11. You will be enriched in every way so that you can be generous on every occasion. And through us, your generosity will result in thanksgiving to God. This verse reveals the heartbeat of heaven's economy, enrichment for the sake of generosity, generosity for the sake of glory. When resources pass through your hands, they leave behind gratitude in the hearts of those touched. And that gratitude rises as worship before God. You become the channel through which heaven and earth connect. But let us pause here and speak of your response. If this word resonates with you, let it stir action, not forced, but free, not demanded. But désir. When you press like, it is as though you place another brick into a bridge of light. Your action strengthens the path, making it easier for others to cross into hope. When you share, it is like throwing open a window in a crowded room. Fresh air rushes in, and those who were suffocating finally breathe again. Your share becomes a breath of life to someone you may never meet. When you subscribe, it is like drawing a chair closer to the fire. Each return brings warmth. Each moment near the flame deepens your strength. Subscription is not a button, it is a seat at the table of ongoing revelation. And know this, your response is not small. In a noisy world, every act of engagement is a candle lit, a ripple released, a seed sown. It may look ordinary, but in heaven's ledger, it is extraordinary. Chosen one. Imagine standing in a vast desert. For years you have walked on sand, thirsting, longing, wondering if the horizon held anything more. Then, suddenly, you stumble upon a spring. Water gushes forth, clear and abundant. You drink. You are refreshed. But the spring does not stop. It flows beyond you, carving rivers through the barren land, turning wastelands into gardens. That spring is your inheritance. What you once sought just for survival will now overflow for transformation. But rivers must keep flowing. If they are dammed, they stagnate. If they are released, they flourish. The wealth of nations is being placed in your hands, not for stagnation, but for flow. The more freely you release, the more freely heaven replenishes. Scarcity whispers, hold tight. Abundance whispers, pour out. You are not a reservoir, you are a river. And rivers carve legacies. They shape valleys, nourish forests, and sustain life for generations. Long after you are gone, the flow that began through you will continue, touching lives you never knew, in places you never walked. That is why your stewardship matters so deeply. Chosen one, let your heart grasp this. Heaven trusted you with wealth not to weigh you down, but to lift others up. It trusted you with influence not to build your name, but to magnify His. It trusted you with resources not to prove your worth, but to reveal His glory. So receive this transfer with reverence. Carry it with humility. Release it with generosity. For in doing so, you will discover the joy that cannot be bought, the peace that cannot be shaken, the fulfillment that cannot be measured. And as you do, let your small acts, your likes, your shares, your subscriptions be mirrors of the larger reality. Let them be bricks in bridges, windows of fresh air, seats by the fire, each one simple yet profound, carrying more weight than the world understands. For this is the truth. You are not merely receiving wealth. You are becoming a living altar, a flowing river, a blazing fire, and through you, generations will give thanks. Nations will be blessed, and heaven's glory will fill the earth. Chosen one. Picture this. A single lantern lifted in darkness may seem small, yet when one by one others lift theirs, soon the night is broken, and dawn feels near. That is what your response represents. You are not standing alone. You are part of a rising company, a generation of chosen ones carrying light into the trembling world. Your like, your share, your subscription are not mere actions. They are sparks joining a greater fire. Each spark adds warmth. Each flame adds guidance. And together they blaze as a beacon no darkness can extinguish. And as that fire spreads, others will draw near, warmed by your faith, guided by your example, ignited by your courage. So let the wealth entrusted to you not end with you. Let it flow. Let it multiply. Let it testify. For the river of heaven never runs dry. And you, chosen one, are chosen to be its channel. Chosen one. When the wealth of nations begins to rest upon you, something profound must take place in your heart. You must learn the art of release. To receive is holy, but to release is even greater. What heaven places in your hands will not be diminished. When you open them, it will be multiplied. This is the paradox of divine abundance. The more you pour out, the more you are filled. Think of rain falling on parched ground. The earth drinks deeply. But then something miraculous happens. Seeds, hidden for years, begin to sprout. Flowers bloom where there was only dust. Trees stretch upward, bearing fruit. Rain does not disappear when it touches the soil. It awakens what was dormant. So it will be with you. The provision you carry will awaken hidden dreams, dormant callings, and forgotten destinies in those around you. The prophet Isaiah, chapter 58, verse 11, declares, "The Lord will guide you always. He will satisfy your needs in a sun-scorched land and will strengthen your frame. You will be like a well-watered garden, like a spring whose waters never fail." This is who you are, becoming a spring that never runs dry. You are not meant to be a stagnant pool, but a flowing source. People will drink from your overflow, and in drinking, they will find life. Your generosity will not weaken you, it will strengthen you. Your release will not empty you, it will enlarge you. Consider the story of the widow in Zarephath. She had only a handful of flour and a little oil. To the natural eye, it was barely enough for one final meal. Yet when she released it to the prophet in obedience, her jar never emptied. Her jug never ran dry. What looked like subtraction became multiplication. The same principle rests upon your life. What you release will return, pressed down, shaken together, and running over. But here is the challenge. Fear will whisper, "Hold back." Scarcity will scream, "You don't have enough." Doubt will ask, "What if it doesn't return?" And yet, heaven counters with a different voice. "Test me in this. See if I will not open the floodgates of heaven." When you choose faith over fear, you become a channel wide enough for rivers to flow through. Imagine a candle in a dark room. If it guards its flame, refusing to share, the room stays dark. But if it lights another candle, its flame does not diminish. Instead, the light doubles, then triples, then spreads until darkness flees. This is the power of release. Your light grows brighter as you ignite others. Chosen one. You are stepping into a season where your release will define your legacy. It will not be measured by what you store, but by what you pour, the houses you build, the lives you touch, the voices you lift, the hungry you feed, the broken you heal. These will be the monuments of your destiny, not monuments of stone, but monuments of spirit, echoing into eternity. So I ask you now, as an act of agreement and alignment, to take a step of declaration. In the comments, type these 3 words: I release freely. This is not a slogan, it is a prophetic seal. When you write it, you are telling heaven, my hands are open, my heart is ready, my life is a channel, not a reservoir. You are breaking the power of fear, silencing the voice of scarcity, and declaring yourself a steward of overflow. Think of it like carving words into wet cement. When the cement hardens, the imprint remains forever. Your comment is that imprint. It marks this moment, testifying that you chose release over withholding, faith over fear, flow over stagnation. And when you live this way, your life will echo with freedom. You will not be weighed down by anxiety over loss, for you will know that what leaves your hand never leaves your life. It transforms, multiplies, and returns. You will walk with a light step, a generous heart, and an unshakable confidence that your source never runs dry. Chosen one. The wealth of nations is not merely to elevate you, it is to flow through you. It is the rain awakening seeds, the spring refreshing travelers, the candle igniting more flames. And as you embrace the rhythm of release, you will find that you are never empty, but always overflowing. Let your declaration be strong. Type, I release freely. Then live it. Breathe it. Embody it. For in release, you will discover true abundance. And in generosity, you will discover eternal legacy. Chosen one. Let us go deeper into this truth of release. The act of opening your hands is more than generosity. It is warfare. When you release, you defy the grip of fear that tries to chain you to scarcity. You break the back of greed that whispers, it's all for you. You silence the lie of insufficiency by declaring, my source is eternal. Release is not weakness, it is authority. Think of a river that refuses to flow. Its waters stagnate. Algae grows. Life dies. But when the river moves, everything it touches flourishes, fields blossom, animals thrive, village live. Your life is that river. If you hold back, stagnation creeps in. But when you release freely, your flow nourishes everything around you. And in return, heaven ensures your waters never fail. The release also transforms your identity. You are no longer merely a receiver, you become a restorer. No longer just a collector, you become a conduit. No longer one who asks only, what will I gain? You become one who declares, whom can I bless? This shift is the mark of maturity, the proof that you are ready for greater stewardship. So when you typed, I release freely, understand its weight. It is not just words, it is a lifestyle. It is a vow to live open-handed, to trust the unseen provider, to let your life be a stream in the desert, and heaven will honor it. For those who release freely are those entrusted with more. Chosen one. Let us now lift our gaze to the horizon of legacy. The wealth of nations being transferred into your hands is not just a gift for the present, it is a trust for the future. What you carry is generational. It is designed to ripple forward, touching lives long after your footsteps fade from the earth. This is why heaven refines stewards so carefully. Anyone can spend wealth, but only the wise can multiply it across time. Anyone can build for a decade, but only those who think generationally can shape centuries. You are being invited into this higher perspective. The abundance entrusted to you is seed for trees whose shade you may never sit under, but others will. Think of Abraham. He lived in tents, often moving from place to place. Yet God's promise to him was about descendants as numerous as the stars and a land they would inherit. Abraham himself did not see the fullness of it, but his obedience laid the foundation for generations. That is the kind of vision heaven is giving you, faith that reaches beyond what your eyes can see. Legacy is like a relay race. You may not run every lap, but you carry the baton faithfully in your time, ensuring it reaches the next runner. To drop it is to lose momentum. To pass it is to secure victory. Your role in history is not only to run, but to pass, to ensure that the faith, the wisdom, and the wealth in your hands move forward unbroken. The psalmist writes in Psalms, chapter 78, verse 4, "We will not hide them from their descendants. We will tell the next generation the praiseworthy deeds of the Lord, His power, and the wonders He has done." This is the essence of legacy. It is not only financial inheritance, but spiritual inheritance, the testimony of God's faithfulness, the record of His wonders, the stories of His provision. To transfer wealth without faith is to hand your children coins that fade. To transfer faith with wealth is to hand them treasures eternal. Consider a tree heavy with fruit. You may eat and be satisfied, but the wise do not consume every piece. They save some seeds, planting for the future. In time, those seeds become orchards, and the orchard becomes forests. Generational thinking refuses to consume everything now. It sows into tomorrow. It preserves seed even in seasons of plenty, knowing that others will need shade, nourishment, and strength. Your life is that orchard. Each act of stewardship today becomes a tree tomorrow. Each act of obedience now becomes shade for those who will walk after you. You are not simply building for yourself. You are building for those yet unborn, those who will one day rise and call you blessed because you thought of them. This is why discipline matters. Discipline ensures that what flows in does not leak out through wastefulness. Discipline protects abundance from being consumed by impulse. Discipline builds systems that last beyond one lifetime. Without it, wealth slips through fingers. With it, wealth becomes foundation. Imagine a great cathedral. The stones were not all laid by one generation. Some began the work, others continued, and still others completed it centuries later. The builders who laid the first stones never saw the stained glass windows shining in completion. Yet their faithfulness ensured the cathedral would stand. Your legacy works the same way. You may not see the fullness, but you are laying stones that will endure. Chosen one. Legacy also requires wisdom in teaching. The next generation must not only inherit wealth, they must inherit principles. To hand them riches without values is to hand them fire without instruction. It may warm, but it may also burn. This is why your testimony is vital. Share the stories of how God provided, of how faith sustained you, of how obedience opened doors. Tell them not only what you received, but how you received it. There will be moments when you are tempted to think, "What I do today doesn't matter." Resist that thought. Every choice matters. Every act of obedience ripples forward. Every prayer prayed in faith becomes part of the foundation. Legacy is built not in grand gestures alone, but in small, faithful steps. Think of water dripping steadily on stone. At first, it seems insignificant, but over years it carves deep channels. In the same way, your consistency shapes history, even when unseen. Your faithfulness is forming pathways for those who come after you. Generational legacy is not only financial and spiritual, it is also cultural. You are shaping patterns of thinking, habits of heart, and rhythms of life that will echo forward. When you choose integrity over compromise, you plant honesty into your lineage. When you choose generosity over greed, you plant open-handedness into your descendants. When you choose worship over worry, you plant trust into your family tree. This is the higher calling. To live in such a way that those who come after you do not need to start from scratch, but can build upon your foundation. To lift your children, your community, your spiritual sons and daughters, so that their ceiling becomes higher than your floor. This is what true wealth accomplishes, not just survival for today, but strength for tomorrow. Chosen one. Heaven's transfer is not for one moment alone. It is for the unfolding of history. You are part of a divine relay. One runner among many. One stone among countless others. One seed among forests. Carry your part with reverence. Sow faithfully. Teach diligently. Build with eternity in mind. And when your time is done, when your race is finished, you will know that you did not live for yourself alone. You lived for a legacy. You carried the wealth of nations not as possession, but as trust. You passed it forward, and in doing so, you became part of a story larger than your own. Chosen one. There is a dimension of this journey we must not overlook: discernment in distribution. The wealth of nations is not entrusted to you merely to hold. It is entrusted to you to release with wisdom. Yet release is not random. Heaven's treasures must not be cast carelessly. For what is holy is not meant for waste. Discernment ensures that what flows through your hands multiplies rather than disappears. Think of Joseph again. When the years of plenty came, he did not distribute immediately. He stored, he measured, he strategized. Then, when famine struck, he released at the right time, in the right measure, to the right people. That is what preserved nations: the wisdom of timing, the precision of distribution. The discernment of where to sow these were as important as the abundance itself. Without them, wealth could have vanished quickly. This is why your spirit must remain alert. Opportunities will present themselves, some genuine, some deceptive. People will approach you, some sent by heaven, others drawn by selfish intent. Not every request will be worthy, and not every open hand will be honest. You must discern the soil before you sow. Good seed planted in bad ground does not grow. The Word of God reminds us in Proverbs, chapter 21, verse 5, "The plans of the diligent lead to profit as surely as haste leads to poverty." Sit. Haste is the enemy of discernment. It pushes you to act before you see clearly, to give before you weigh carefully, to jump before you listen fully. But diligence slows you down, aligns you with wisdom, and ensures that what you release produces fruit. Discernment also means knowing when to say no. Generosity without boundaries becomes exploitation. Some will come with flattery, hoping to use your kindness for selfish gain. Others will manipulate emotion, trying to convince you that you owe them what heaven gave you. But discernment protects you. It reminds you that stewardship is accountability not only to people, but to God. Imagine a shepherd with sheep. Wolves might approach in disguise, pretending to be hungry lambs. But the shepherd must see beyond appearances. To feed the wolf is to endanger the flock. In the same way, you must guard the abundance entrusted to you, releasing where there is life, withholding where there is danger. Discernment is not coldness, it is clarity. It does not make your heart hard, but it makes your vision sharp. It ensures that your generosity builds rather than destroys. It ensures that your resources empower rather than enable. It ensures that the wealth of nations fulfills its purpose rather than being wasted on distractions. There will be times when discernment feels like tension. Your heart will want to say yes, but the spirit within you will whisper no. In those moments, trust the whisper. Heaven sees what you cannot. Perhaps the soil is shallow. Perhaps the motives are impure. Perhaps the timing is wrong. Trust that restraint is not rejection, it is redirection. Discernment also teaches you how to balance generosity with sustainability. If a farmer eats all his seed in one season, he starves the next. If he hoards all his seed, nothing grows. Wisdom is knowing how much to sow, how much to store, how much to share. You are being called into that balance. A rhythm of generosity guided by discernment. Think of rivers again. A river must flow steadily, not in uncontrolled floods that destroy, nor in trickles that dry up. It must flow in proportion, guided by banks, directed toward life. Your stewardship is the same. Discernment is the riverbank that channels your flow. Without it, abundance becomes a flood. With it, abundance becomes life-giving streams. Chosen one. You must also learn discernment in timing. Some opportunities are right, but the moment is wrong. Some seeds must be planted in spring, not winter. Some doors must be opened later, not sooner. Discernment gives you patience to wait for alignment, to act not when pressured, but when prompted by heaven. This is where listening becomes essential. Discernment grows in silence. When you quiet the noise of others, when you pause before acting, when you lean into the Spirit's voice, clarity rises. Decisions made in stillness often carry greater strength than those made in haste. Understand too that discernment is not only defensive, it is also creative. It does not merely protect you from wrong paths, it guides you into the right ones. It points you toward opportunities others overlook. It highlights people others dismiss. It reveals treasures hidden in ordinary places. With discernment, you will see doors where others see walls, and you will find solutions where others see problems. Imagine walking through a forest. To most, it looks the same: trees, shadows, paths. But to the trained eye, there are signs, broken twigs, fresh tracks, subtle trails. The trained eye sees what others miss. That is what discernment will give you: the ability to notice the subtle, to perceive the hidden, to act with insight when others stumble in blindness. Chosen one. Discernment will be your safeguard in this transfer. Without it, wealth can corrupt. With it, wealth can bless. Without it, abundance can enslave. With it, abundance can liberate. This is why heaven insists not only on giving you treasure, but on sharpening your spirit. The transfer is not just about what enters your hands, it is about how you use it. So imbrace discernment. Let it be your companion, your guide, your compass. Do not rush. Do not act in fear. Do not be swayed by voices louder than the Spirit. Listen, weigh, and move only when heaven confirms. And as you do, the wealth entrusted to you will not be wasted. It will grow. It will multiply. It will bless. And it will testify. Your stewardship will prove that abundance in the hands of the chosen is never squandered, but always sanctified. Chosen one. Remember, discernment is not an option, it is a mantle. Wear it well, and you will find that the treasures you carry will not only endure but expand, leaving behind a legacy of wisdom, generosity, and glory. Chosen one. The hour is urgent, not in panic but in purpose. The transfer of wealth, wisdom, and influence is intensifying, and you are standing in the current of it. But this current is not random, it is directed. Heaven has measured, withheld, and prepared exactly where it must flow. And you are one of the channels chosen to carry it. Do not minimize this moment. You are not simply receiving blessings. You are stepping into divine alignment with prophetic history. When nations tremble, when systems shake, when economies falter, heaven positions its chosen to carry provision, peace, and purpose. That is why the mantle on you feels heavy at times. It is not just for you. It is for those you will impact. Imagine an ancient bridge stretching across a deep canyon. For centuries, people longed to cross but had no way forward. Then the bridge is rebuilt, stone by stone, until it can bear the weight of many. You are that bridge. What flows into you will not end with you. It will carry generations across. Provision will cross. Hope will cross. Healing will cross. The prophet Nahum, chapter 1, verse 7, declares, "The Lord is good, a refuge in times of trouble. He cares for those who trust in him." Ender, this refuge is what you are becoming for others. In a time when fear fills the air, your life will stand as a shelter. Your testimony will be the proof that God still cares for those who trust him. Your provision will be their reminder that he has not abandoned his people. But heaven asks for your agreement, not only in spirit, but in action. Agreement is sealed not only by hearing, but by declaring. That is why I call you now to a prophetic step. In the comments, type the number 5,555. Why 5,555? Because it is the number of grace multiplied, of favor, overflowing, of divine empowerment beyond human strength. To declare 5,555 is to say, I am stepping into multiplied grace. I receive the favor to carry what is too heavy for me alone. I align with heaven's empowerment in this transfer. This is not about superstition, it is about symbolism. Numbers in Scripture carry meaning. 5 is grace, and multiplied fourfold. It speaks of a flood of grace. Enough, not only for you, but for all entrusted to you. When you write it, you are not typing digits, you are testifying, I choose grace over striving. I choose favor over fear. I choose empowerment over exhaustion. And think of it this way, 5,555 is like the four corners of a great table being set before you. Upon it, provision, wisdom, and influence are laid out. But at every corner, grace holds the table steady. Without grace, the table wobbles, spills, and collapses. With grace multiplied, the table stands firm, unshakable, ready to serve multitudes. That is what you are stepping into. Chosen one. Grace is not only pardon, it is power. It strengthens weak knees, lifts weary hearts, and empowers you to carry more than human strength could. Grace turns insufficiency into overflow. Grace transforms ordinary into extraordinary. Grace ensures that the mantle of nations does not crush you, but crowns you. So as you declare 5,555, see it not as a number, but as a key that unlocks new doors of empowerment, a key that secures stability when the earth shakes, a key that confirms heaven's hand is on you. Picture yourself as a tree in storm winds. Alone, your branches might snap, but when grace is multiplied, your roots die deeper, your trunk grows stronger, your canopy shelters others. 5,555 is the declaration that grace will hold you firm no matter what storms rage. Do not underestimate this prophetic act. When you type it, something shifts not only in you but around you. The unseen realm responds to visible faith. Angels are dispatched. Strongholds are shaken. Rivers are redirected. This is the power of agreement when heaven and earth align. And more than that, your declaration encourages others. Someone watching silently, unsure if they are strong enough, will see your courage and find their own. Someone doubting if grace is real will witness your testimony and believe again. Your simple act becomes their spark of faith. Chosen one. This is not about typing numbers for the sake of it. It is about choosing your alignment. It is about engraving into this moment that you do not walk in your strength, but in heaven's multiplied grace. So type it now, 5,555. Let it mark this chapter. Let it seal your agreement. Let it testify that you are not walking alone, but empowered, strengthened, and upheld by the God who is good, who is refuge, who cares for those who trust him. And as you do, lift your head, for the shaking of nations is not your undoing, it is your unveiling. The mantle is heavy, but grace is greater. The wealth is vast, but favor is deeper. The task is immense, but empowerment is sure. You will not stumble. You will not fall. Grace will hold you. Favor will carry you. Heaven will complete what it began. Chosen one. Your time is now. Let your declaration of 5,555 and 55 echo, not only in comments, but in your spirit, in your choices, in your life. For multiplied grace is the banner over you, and with it, you will carry nations. Chosen one. Understand this. When you typed 5,555, you did more than respond to an instruction. You stepped into a prophetic covenant. It is like driving a stake into the ground, marking territory that says, "This belongs to grace, not to fear." That number is your flag on the battlefield of destiny, waving boldly that you will not fight in your strength alone. Grace multiplied means that what once exhausted you will now empower you. What once defeated you will now elevate you. It is not your effort that secures the future. It is heaven's favor poured out in abundance. So carry this seal of 5,555 with confidence, for it is heaven's assurance that you are upheld, equipped, and unshakable. Chosen one. Every step of this journey has been shaping you into more than a receiver. You are now a carrier of heaven's overflow. But carrying is only part of the story. The greater call is to shine, to lift, to release what you hold, so that others may see the goodness of God and be drawn into His light. That is why the transfer of the wealth of nations is not only about what you will live in, but also about what you will leave behind. Legacy is not built in secret vaults. It is written on the hearts of people touched by your life. Nations are not transformed by stored treasure, but by released testimony, and heaven longs for your story to ripple outward, not stay hidden. That is where your voice, your actions, and yes, even your engagement in this space become part of something larger. The book of Proverbs, chapter 11, verse 25, declares, "A generous person will prosper. Whoever refreshes others will be refreshed." Endo. This is the rhythm of heaven. As you refresh, you are refreshed. As you release, you are filled. What you send outward multiplies back into your life. The same principle applies here. Your voice, your acknowledgement, your action are more than clicks. They are ripples. Think of it like this. When you press like, it is as if you light a lantern in a tower. Your small flame adds to the watchfire that signals across valleys, guiding weary travelers home. When you share, it is like opening a gate in a walled city. Someone outside, lost and searching, sees the opening and finally steps into safety and hope. Your act of sharing becomes their entrance into light. When you subscribe, it is like anchoring your boat at a living harbor. Every time you return, fresh supplies are waiting, wisdom, encouragement, and strength for the next voyage. Subscribing is not just a button, it is choosing a place of continual provision. These small actions echo into eternity. Each one is a seed. Each one is a ripple. Each one builds something greater than itself. And heaven sees them. Heaven multiplies them. Imagine throwing a pebble into a still pond. Circles form, wider and wider, reaching places far from where the pebble landed. That is what your engagement does. It may feel small in your hand, but once released, it travels farther than you can see. A like becomes courage for someone doubting. A share becomes hope for someone breaking. A subscription becomes strength for someone searching. Chosen one. Let your actions mirror your destiny. Do not think them insignificant. Do not dismiss them as common. Every gesture, when aligned with heaven, carries weight. Every flame adds to the fire. Every gate opened invites another soul. Every anchor tied strengthens the community around you. And this is the beauty: you are not compelled. You are invited. Heaven never forces. It woos. It whispers. Come higher. Step deeper. Shine brighter. The call to engage here is not demand, but opportunity. A chance to add your stone to the cathedral, your flame to the watchfire, your ripple to the river. You are part of a story much larger than yourself. The transfer of wealth into your life is not the end of the story. It is the spark for many others. Your overflow becomes their testimony. Your abundance becomes their provision. Your voice becomes their confirmation. So, lift your hands with gratitude, but also lift your heart with willingness. Build bridges with your actions. Open doors with your responses. Anchor yourself with your consistency, for in doing so, you align not only with the blessing, but with the mission of heaven. Chosen one. This is the moment where private revelation becomes public witness. Do not hide the light. Do not hoard the seed. Do not keep closed what heaven has opened. Shine. Sow. Share. And watch as the ripples multiply far beyond your reach. Chosen one. Let us press deeper into this image. A flame by itself flickers, fragile against the wind. But when many flames gather, they become a bonfire, unshakable, roaring with light and heat. That is what happens when you add your flame to this journey. Your like, your share, your subscription, they are sparks that join with countless others until the night itself is overcome. Picture a great library. Every book contains a story. Yet a single book alone is only a whisper. But when shelves upon shelves are filled, the voices rise into a chorus, preserving wisdom for generations. Your engagement is one book on that shelf, one story in that library. It may seem small, but together it builds an archive of faith, hope, and testimony. And what of rivers? One drop does not make a stream, but drops together form trickles. Trickles become brooks. Brooks grow into rivers, and rivers carve valleys, shaping nations. Your action is one drop. Never dismiss it. Every drop matters. Together, they carry life into deserts, carving new pathways where none existed before. This is why heaven honors the small and multiplies it. It does not measure size, it measures alignment. Your flame, your story, your drop, all are sacred when given freely, and as they join with others, they become more than you imagined. They become legacy. They become movement. So remember, chosen one, what feels ordinary in your hands becomes extraordinary in God's. Offer it, release it, let it flow, for together, these small acts will shape something eternal, something nations will one day call blessed. Chosen one. The hour you stand in is holy. The wealth of nations is shifting, flowing, moving with precision, and heaven has appointed you to be one of the carriers. But carrying such a mantle requires not only open hands, but also an open mouth. Your declaration is part of your destiny. What you confess, you attract. What you speak, you establish. What you declare, you invite. Words are not empty sounds, they are seeds. A seed may seem small, but hidden within is the power to create orchards and forests. In the same way, your words may seem ordinary, but within them rests the power to shape destiny. That is why heaven urges you to speak life, to declare faith, to align your tongue with the promises you have been given. The book of Proverbs, chapter 18, verse 21, reminds us, "The tongue has the power of life and death, and those who love it will eat its fruit." Nah, this is no metaphor, it is reality. Your words build or they break. They open or they close. They plant or they uproot. If heaven is transferring wealth into your hands, your mouth must agree with your mantle. Speak fear, and you will shrink. Speak faith, and you will rise. Think of Joshua standing before the walls of Jericho. The command was not to fight, but to march and to shout. What brought the walls down was not human strength, but divine declaration. A shout aligned with heaven's timing released victory. You too will face walls, obstacles that seem immovable, barriers that seem impenetrable. And like Joshua, your declaration will be the key to collapse them. Imagine a key forged of sound. To the eye, it is invisible, but to the lock, it is undeniable. Words spoken in alignment with heaven turn like keys in spiritual doors, unlocking what once seemed sealed. That is the power of declaration. This is why I call you now to seal this word not only in your heart, but also with your voice and your action. In the comments, type these words: walls will fall. When you write them, you are not merely echoing history, you are activating prophecy. You are declaring that every barrier standing between you and the wealth of nations must crumble. You are proclaiming that what resisted you yesterday cannot resist you tomorrow. You are speaking alignment between your life and heaven's decree. Think of those words as hammers striking stone. Each repetition cracks what once stood firm. Each agreement chips away at opposition. Each declaration weakens resistance until the wall collapses. Not by your might, but by His Spirit. Do not underestimate the power of this prophetic act. It is not superstition, it is strategy. Heaven responds to agreement. Earth shifts when faith is spoken. Angels move at the sound of God's word on human lips. When you type, "walls will fall," you are joining heaven's chorus, adding your voice to the sound that topples obstacles. Chosen one, you have faced walls, walls of fear, of lack, of rejection, of delay. They stood tall, casting shadows over your path, whispering that you could not pass. But those walls are not eternal. They are temporary, waiting for the sound of your faith. Just as Jericho's walls fell, yours will too. Picture a dam holding back a river. Behind it, waters swell, building pressure, eager to burst forth. Then a crack forms, small at first, then larger, until the dam collapses. The waters rush, unstoppable, floating valleys, nourishing fields, bringing life. That is what will happen as your walls fall. What was blocked will flow. What was withheld will pour. What was delayed will accelerate. And when it does, you will know it was not coincidence, it was covenant. Your declaration unlocked it. Your faith pulled it forward. Your agreement with heaven tore down what no human strength could. So, chosen one, type it boldly: walls will fall. Let it echo through your spirit. Let it resonate in your atmosphere. Let it mark this moment as the day barriers began to break, and as you declare, watch your faith rise. The act of speaking will remind you that you are not powerless, you are prophetic. You are not stuck, you are advancing. You are not defeated, you are victorious. Do not stop at typing it, live it. Walk as one whose walls have already fallen. Move forward as though the path is already open. Act as though the gates are already lifted. For faith does not wait to see before it moves. Faith moves because it knows. Chosen one. The wealth of nations is not waiting behind impenetrable barriers. It is waiting for your declaration to release it. Your words are the key. Your faith is the force. Your God is the power. Together, walls cannot stand. So declare it now, and then rise. The barriers are breaking. The gates are opening. The rivers are flowing. The wealth of nations is being transferred into your hands, and no wall can hold it back. Chosen one. When you typed, walls will fall, you stepped into a living prophecy. Those 3 words are not wishful thinking. They are a verdict already issued in the courts of heaven. Your declaration on earth becomes evidence that you agree with the ruling above. And when earth and heaven align, resistance has no choice but to bow. Think of it as striking a bell in a tower. At first, it is one sound, but the vibration spreads, echoing across valleys and into distant places. Your words work the same. One declaration might feel small, but its vibration reaches beyond what your eyes can see, shaking unseen structures until they collapse. So, stand confident. The walls before you are not permanent. They are temporary scaffolds about to fall. Your faith has spoken, and heaven has agreed. Nothing can stop what has already been decreed. Chosen one. There is a sacred dimension of this transfer that few understand. It is not only about receiving, not only about releasing, but also about reigning. Reigning is not dominance or control. It is stewardship under divine authority. It is living with the awareness that every step you take, every word you speak, every decision you make carries the weight of representation. You are not your own. You are an ambassador of the kingdom, carrying heaven's order into earth's chaos. Reigning requires maturity. Without maturity, wealth becomes corruption. Without maturity, influence becomes manipulation. Without maturity, power becomes pride. That is why your journey has been so long, why the process has been so intense. Heaven was not only preparing what you would hold, it was shaping who you would be when you held it. Consider David again. Before he ever wore a crown, he carried a harp. Before he ruled nations, he served sheep. Before he commanded armies, he submitted to caves. His authority was forged in obscurity. His reign was shaped in rejection. Only when his heart was tested, refined, and surrendered did he become capable of ruling with justice. Your path has mirrored this in many ways. You have known caves, rejection, silence, and delay. These were not punishments, they were preparations. The Apostle Paul, in his letter to the Romans, chapter 5, verse 17, wrote, "For if, by the trespass of the one man, death reigned through that one man, how much more will those who receive God's abundant provision of grace and of the gift of righteousness reign in life through the one man, Jesus Christ?" Oh, notice those words, reign in life. This is not a distant promise. not something reserved for eternity alone. It is a call to rule even now. In the midst of earthly uncertainty, reigning in life means living from heaven's supply, not earth's scarcity. It means standing unshaken when others tremble. Because your foundation is not shifting sand, but solid rock. Reigning also means discernment in your use of authority. True authority does not boast, it blesses. It does not dominate, it directs. It does not exploit, it empowers. You are called to reign, not as a tyrant, but as a servant king. One whose crown is heavy with responsibility. One whose throne is established, not by fear, but by faithfulness. Think of a lighthouse standing on a cliff. It does not shout at ships, it shines for them. It does not control the sea, it guides those sailing upon it. That is what your reign must look like, steady, clear, unwavering, guiding others through storms without demanding their submission. Your wealth, your wisdom, your influence, they are your light. Use them not to blind, but to guide. There will be temptations along the way, temptations to hoard, to elevate self, to misuse the abundance entrusted to you. But remember, crowns slip quickly from proud heads. Thrones crumble under selfish rulers. Only those who reign with humility endure. Reigning also means walking in consistency. Anyone can shine in moments. Only the mature shine in seasons. Anyone can rise once. Only the faithful remain standing over years. Your reign is not about flashes of brilliance, but about steady stewardship. Each decision, each act of integrity, each step of obedience builds a reign that lasts. Picture a farmer tending his fields, day after day, season after season. He waters, he prunes, he waits. He does not rush the harvest. Yet when it comes, it is abundant because of his steady hand. In the same way, your reign will not be built on sudden bursts, but on steady care. And when the fruit comes, it will be lasting. Chosen one. Reigning in life also means living free from fear. Fear tries to convince rulers that everything will slip away, that power will be stolen, that provision will dry up. But heaven's reign is secure. The wealth of nations entrusted to you is not fragile, it is rooted in eternal decree. You do not reign from anxiety, but from assurance. Think of Esther. She was thrust into a position of influence, not for herself, but for her people. When the moment came, she risked everything, declaring, "If I perish, I perish." That is the posture of a true ruler, courageous, sacrificial, committed to something greater than self. And because of her courage, an entire nation was saved. Your reign may not look identical, but its essence is the same. What you carry is not just for you, it is for many. Chosen one, understand the weight of this mantle. Reigning is not the absence of battles, it is victory within them. It is not the absence of storms, it is peace in the midst of them. It is not the absence of pressure, it is grace under it. You were not chosen merely to survive, you were chosen to reign. And your reign is not temporary. What you establish now will ripple forward, shaping families, communities, even nations. Thrones of men fall, the reign of the chosen endures. This is why you must remain anchored. Reigning is not about applause or recognition, it is about faithfulness to the one who entrusted you. So stand tall, wear the crown, but with humility. Sit on the throne, but with reverence. Shine as a lighthouse, but without arrogance. Rule not for your own name, but for His. For in doing so, you fulfill the true call of the chosen to reign in life, carrying heaven's order into earth's chaos, bringing light where there was darkness, and guiding nations with a steady hand. Chosen one, you are not merely blessed. You are not merely provided for. You are enthroned, equipped, and established. Reinvel, for the world is watching, and heaven is cheering. Chosen one, let these words settle deep. Reigning is not a burden you bear alone. It is a partnership with heaven. The crown on your head is held steady by unseen hands, and the throne beneath you rests on eternal foundations. When you feel the weight press heavy, remember, grace is the cushion, and purpose is the anchor. You were not raised up to falter, but to flourish. Not to collapse, but to carry. Walk forward in this truth. You reign because you are chosen, and nothing can undo what heaven has decreed. Chosen one. Let us now look at a dimension often overlooked, the testing of motives. The transfer of the wealth of nations is not only about what enters your hands, but also about what is revealed in your heart. Abundance has a way of exposing truth. It magnifies what was hidden in scarcity. It is easy to believe one would be generous, humble, faithful, but when resources abound, motives are tested. Consider King Hezekiah. When envoys from Babylon came, he proudly showed them all his treasures, the silver, the gold, the spices, the fine oil, the armory. On the surface, it seemed like hospitality, but in truth, it was pride, a desire to display rather than to steward. And because of this misstep, a prophetic word came that one day those very treasures would be carried away. The test of motive is not a small thing. It determines whether treasure remains or is removed. The book of Jeremiah, chapter 17, verse 10, declares, I, the Lord, search the heart and examine the mind, to reward each person according to their conduct, according to what their deeds deserve. Oh, heaven examines not only your hands, but your heart. What will you do with abundance? Will you hoard it, flaunt it, or release it? Will you see it as a crown for yourself or as provision for others? Will you use it to elevate your name or to magnify His? Motives are revealed in moments of choice. When you give in secret rather than for applause, it reveals humility. When you resist the temptation to boast, it reveals maturity. When you choose to honor God before men, it reveals alignment. Abundance is not simply a gift, it is a mirror, showing who you truly are. Imagine a clear lake. On its surface, you see only water, but when the sun shines brightly, every detail beneath is revealed: the stones, the plants, the fish. In the same way, abundance shines light on the depths of the heart, revealing both beauty and brokenness. This is why the season you are entering requires constant self-examination. Motives are also tested in the unseen places. When no one is watching, how do you steward? When applause is absent, do you still obey? When honor is not given, do you remain faithful? These hidden tests carry great weight, for heaven sees in secret and rewards openly. Consider the widow who gave 2 small coins in the temple. To the crowd, her offering looked insignificant, but Jesus saw her motive. She gave all she had. not out of pride, but out of devotion. And he declared that her gift outweighed the offerings of the rich. Motives matter more than measures. Heaven values purity of intent above the size of contribution. Chosen one. The transfer of wealth will place you in situations where motives are constantly questioned, not only by God, but by people. Some will accuse you of selfishness when you obey heaven's direction. Others will misunderstand your restraint as stinginess. Still others will misinterpret your generosity as manipulation. You cannot control perceptions, but you can guard your heart. Live with integrity, and let time prove your motives true. Motives are purified through fire. Trials strip away pretense. Loss reveals what you truly value. Delay tests whether you love God for who He is or for what He gives. These seasons were not wasted, they were cleansing. They burned away false ambition, pride, and selfish intent, so that when abundance came, your heart would remain pure. Think of gold refined in fire. The heat rises. Impurities float to the surface, and the refiner skims them away. The gold endures, but it shines brighter, stronger, purer. That is what has been happening in you. Each hardship, each test, each moment of pruning has been refining your motives, making you trustworthy for the mantle you now carry. But never assume the refining is finished. Even in abundance, the fire continues not to destroy, but to purify. Each new level of influence will test your humility. Each new opportunity will test your integrity. Each new provision will test your faith. The greater the mantle, the greater the need for continual refinement. Chosen one. The secret is surrender. When you daily yield your heart, when you continually lay motives before God, He aligns them with His. Surrender keeps you safe. It ensures that even when hidden pride tries to rise, it is quickly humbled. It ensures that even when selfish ambition whispers, obedience silences it. Motives also determine legacy. A person may build empires, but if their motive was self-glory, those empires crumble when they are gone. Another may quietly sow in faithfulness, and though unnoticed in life, their legacy multiplies for generations. Heaven measures differently than earth. Earth crowns the loud, heaven crowns the faithful. So ask yourself continually, why am I doing this? Who is this for? What will this produce? These questions guard your steps. They align your motives with eternity. Imagine standing before a mirror that reflects not your face but your heart. Every thought, every intent, every hidden desire, visible. That is how God sees you, not to shame you, but to refine you. His searching gaze is not condemnation, it is correction. It is the loving fire that ensures your life produces lasting fruit. Chosen one. Rejoice in this refining. Do not fear it. The fact that your motives are tested proves that you are trusted. Heaven does not test the unworthy, it tests those marked for more, and you are one of them. So let your heart remain pure. Guard your motives as fiercely as you guard your treasures, for in the end, the true wealth of nations is not measured by what you hold, but by the purity with which you held it. Chosen one. As the transfer of wealth continues to unfold, there is yet another dimension that must be revealed. Endurance for the long journey. Many celebrate the moment of receiving. Few prepare for the weight of sustaining. To carry the wealth of nations is not a sprint, it is a marathon. It is not a flash of favor. It is a lifelong stewardship. Endurance is not glamorous. It does not dazzle like sudden breakthroughs or dramatic testimonies. Yet, without endurance, abundance crumbles. A foundation must be strong to support a lasting structure, and endurance is that foundation. It is what ensures that the wealth entrusted to you is not wasted in a single generation, but multiplied for those yet to come. The writer of Hebrews, chapter 10, verse 36, declared, "You need to persevere so that when you have done the will of God, you will receive what He has promised." Lo, perseverance bridges promise and possession. The Word of God may release a decree, the heavens may pour out provision, but only perseverance ensures you carry it faithfully until the end. Consider Noah. Building the ark was not a one-day act of faith. It was decades of steady endurance. Hammering wood, sealing pitch, enduring mockery, waiting for rain no one else believed in. His reward was not only survival, it was legacy. Because of his endurance, humanity continued. Your journey carries the same principle. The transfer of wealth may begin suddenly, but its fulfillment requires steady hands, patient hearts, and resilient spirits. Without endurance, even the greatest treasures are squandered. With endurance, even small beginnings grow into monumental legacies. Think of a vineyard. Grapevines take years before they produce good fruit. They must endure seasons of pruning, of storms, of scorching sun. Yet with each passing year, their roots dig deeper, their branches grow stronger, and the harvest grows sweeter. The vineyard's wealth is not instant. It is cultivated. Your life is the same. Chosen one. Endurance is not simply surviving trials. It is thriving within them. It is choosing faith when fear presses in. It is continuing to sow when the soil seems barren. It is holding on to vision when the night feels endless. Endurance transforms difficulty into depth, but endurance is not passive. It is not merely waiting, it is active persistence. It is rising each morning to pray. Even when answers seem distant, it is walking in integrity. Even when compromise looks easier, it is stewarding resources wisely. Even when others squander theirs, endurance is the daily decision to remain aligned with heaven, no matter what. Imagine climbing a mountain. The summit is glorious, but the journey is steep. The air thins, the rocks cut, the muscles ache. Yet with each step, the climber grows stronger, the view grows clearer, and the summit draws closer. Endurance is not about ignoring the pain, it is about pressing through it because the summit is worth it. You will face seasons where the promise feels delayed, where the wealth seems distant, where opposition rises against you. These are not signs of failure, they are tests of endurance. Each test refines your spirit, stretches your faith, and anchors your heart. They are the very training that ensures you can handle the weight of the mantle. Consider Job. He endured loss, suffering, silence, and misunderstanding. Yet his endurance led to restoration, double what was lost, and a testimony that has echoed for generations. His wealth was not just material, it was spiritual, forged through perseverance. Endurance also protects against pride. When abundance flows quickly, pride whispers, "It was my strength." But when you have endured, you know the truth. It was grace all along. Endurance humbles you. reminding you that without God, you would not have lasted a single day. Chosen one. The wealth of nations is not only about what you will gain, it is about what you will sustain. Endurance ensures that your testimony is not momentary, but eternal. It ensures that when others fall away, you remain standing. It ensures that when storms rage, your house still stands because it was built on rock, not sand. Sua embrace endurance. Do not despise it. It is the hidden strength of your journey, the silent guardian of your legacy, the unseen force behind your crown. With endurance, you will not only receive, but also preserve, multiply, and pass on what heaven has entrusted to you. Stand firm. Chosen one. Run the race with patience. Climb the mountain with resolve, for endurance will carry you where excitement cannot, and perseverance will anchor you where passion fades. And when the journey is complete, you will look back not with regret, but with gratitude, knowing that endurance was the bridge that carried you from promise to fulfillment. Chosen one. Let endurance also teach you rhythm. Life is not meant to be lived in constant sprinting or constant resting. It is a dance between pressing forward and pausing for strength. Endurance learns this balance. It whispers when to push harder and when to wait. It is not about draining yourself until nothing remains, but about moving in step with heaven's timing. Think of a long-distance runner. They know when to quicken pace and when to conserve energy. They know that burning out early costs the race. In the same way, endurance gives you wisdom to pace yourself so that your mantle does not crush you, but carries you steadily. And endurance weaves hope into your heart. Each time you survive what once felt unbearable, you gain proof that God will carry you again. Each test passed builds confidence for the next. Soon, endurance becomes not just survival, but expectation. You begin to look at trials and declare, "This too will pass, and I will emerge stronger." No, that is why endurance is a treasure as valuable as the wealth itself. It is the invisible crown on your head, the silent testimony in your walk, the strength that ensures what begins in glory will end in glory. Chosen one. We now arrive at the closing chapter of this journey, the culmination of revelation, endurance, and divine alignment. You have walked through valleys of waiting, climbed mountains of faith, endured storms of testing, and now stand at the threshold of fulfillment. The wealth of nations, long promised and carefully prepared, is being transferred into your hands, not as a fleeting possession, but as an eternal trust. This moment is more than personal blessing. It is prophetic history unfolding. You are part of something larger than yourself, a tapestry woven across centuries, a plan set in motion before your birth. Every step of your life, the pain, the pruning, the pressing has been part of preparing you for this very hour. Do not think it coincidence that you are alive in this time of shaking. Generations before you dreamed of such a moment, but it is you who stand in it. The mantle resting upon you carries the prayers of your ancestors, the faith of the saints before you, the whispers of prophets who saw from afar. You are the fulfillment of their expectation, the continuation of their legacy. The prophet Isaiah, chapter 60, verse 5, declares, "Then you will look and be radiant. Your heart will throb and swell with joy. The wealth on the seas will be brought to you. To you, the riches of the nations will come. No, this is not a poetic dream. It is reality unfolding. The radiance described is not external beauty, but inner glory. The kind that shines because heaven's favor rests on you. The heart swelling with joy is not mere emotion, but prophetic fulfillment. The realization that what was long delayed has finally arrived. And the wealth of nations is not vague, it is tangible, visible, undeniable, drawn into your life by divine decree. But remember, chosen one, with transfer comes responsibility. You are not called to clutch treasures, but to channel them. You are not called to boast, but to bless. The radiance on you is not for vanity, but for visibility that others may see and know there is a God who raises the humble, who rewards the faithful, who honors the chosen. Picture yourself as a vessel on a vast ocean. Waves crash, winds roar, yet your sails are filled not by random gusts, but by the steady breath of heaven. The cargo you carry is not only for you, it is for the ports you will reach, the lives you will touch, the generations you will nourish. The ocean may be rough, but the captain at the helm has charted your course, and the cargo will arrive. This transfer is not only about resources, it is about revelation. For years, you have walked by faith, often with little visible evidence. Now, faith gives birth to sight. What you once believed in hope, you will hold in hand. What you once prayed in secret, you will live in public. The invisible will become visible, and the world will witness the faithfulness of your God. Chosen one. Pause and feel the gravity of this. You are not an accident of history, not a wanderer without direction. You are appointed, positioned, prepared. Every tear shed, every battle fought, every night endured has brought you here, and heaven has not wasted a single moment. Consider a diamond. For years, it lies hidden in the earth, unseen, unvalued, unnoticed. Then comes the cutting, the shaping, the polishing, painful, precise, relentless. Yet when complete, the stone shines with brilliance, reflecting light in ways no raw stone ever could. That is you. The seasons of cutting and shaping were not cruelty, they were craftsmanship. Now you shine, not because the journey was easy, but because it was necessary. This final chapter is not an ending, but a beginning. With wealth comes influence. With influence comes responsibility. And with responsibility comes legacy. The true measure of this transfer will not be in what you keep, but in what you leave behind. Will your children, your community, your generation rise higher because of what you carried? Will they look back and say, because of the faithfulness of the chosen, we stand stronger today? Do not underestimate what heaven is doing through you. Nations will shift because of your obedience. Systems will change because of your faithfulness. Families will be restored because of your stewardship. And all of it will point not to your greatness, but to His glory. Chosen one, lift your eyes. The horizon is bright. The mantle is sure. The wealth of nations is no longer distant. It is here, and you are ready. Not because you are flawless, but because you are faithful. Not because you are perfect, but because you are chosen. So walk forward with reverence. Carry this transfer with humility. Release it with generosity. Multiply it with wisdom. And let every act, every word, every decision testify, the Lord is faithful. His promises are true, and his chosen are never forsaken. This is your hour. This is your mantle. This is your testimony. The wealth of nations is in your hands. Handle it as holy, for it is chosen one. Remember this, the transfer you now carry is not fragile, it is eternal. Earthly riches can decay. Systems can collapse. But what has been placed in your hands is backed by heaven's decree. It will outlast economies, outshine imperiums, and outlive kingdoms. That is why you must treat it as holy. Think of it like a torch in a relay. It was lit before you, carried through storms and darkness, handed into your hands at this moment. Your role is not to let it fade, but to run faithfully, to protect its flame, and to pass it on brighter than when you received it. Your story is now intertwined with nations, with generations, with eternity itself. And when history is written, it will not only say, "You received wealth," but also, "You carried it well." That is the true crown of a chosen one, not possession, but faithfulness. Chosen one. As this journey closes, let the words linger in your spirit. You are not ordinary. You are chosen. Every section, every revelation, every prophetic picture was meant to awaken in you the awareness that heaven has placed something sacred into your hands. The wealth of nations is not just currency, it is wisdom, influence, authority, and a mantle of eternal legacy. Now, at the close, we step into reflection. What you have received here is not a speech to admire, but a seed to carry. Seeds only bear fruit when planted, and your response is the soil. The more you lean in, the more the seed will grow. The more you water it with action, the more it will flourish. You are part of a story much larger than yourself. The transfer of wealth into your life is not the end of the story, it is the spark for many others. Your overflow becomes their testimony. Your abundance becomes their provision. Your voice becomes their confirmation. Chosen one. Pause and feel the gravity of this. You did not arrive here by chance. Heaven guided you, step by step, to this very moment. Your response now becomes part of that testimony. So rise into it. Live it. Share it. Let others drink from the river you have found. Let others walk across the bridge you are building. Let others warm their hands at the fire you are helping to tend. And here is the image to carry in your heart. Every like, every share, every subscription, every comment is like adding one more stone to a rising altar of light. Alone, a stone may seem small, but together, they form a place of fire. A beacon so radiant it can be seen across valleys, mountains, and even nations. Your act becomes more than action, it becomes testimony. It becomes part of the altar that declares to generations, "In my time, I stood, I aligned, I believed." So, chosen one, add your stone today. Build with us, for when the altar blazes, the world will not see just one, but many chosen ones shining as one flame,